Everyone to the Historic District Preservation Commission video conference, our long-awaited makeup for the items from April and May. Today is July 7th at 5 p.m. It is at its advertised time. I am Austin Rutherford, staff liaison to the commission. Just for beginners, as you are for all the applicants, as well as for those who are watching that may be calling in about an item later on. Please make sure to follow these virtual HDPC meeting guidelines. Please mute all mics unless you are speaking. Please state your name before all comments. That way we can make sure to have it for the minutes. And those interested in making public statements, please follow the directions provided on the screen. The call-in number as well as the conference ID will be provided to you at that appropriate time. And there will also, just make sure that you know there is a 30-second delay thereabouts between the YouTube video and what is happening live. So we will wait about a minute at the beginning of each item to go forward. And again, just make sure, please, everyone, turn your mics on mute for right now until you hear otherwise. So just to get started for the procedure, just as a rehearsal, please remember procedure. The chair or designee opens the hearing with reading the title. Next will be the staff presentation, followed by the applicant presentation, public comments, and the board questions, staff rebuttal, applicant rebuttal, and the board comments and deliberation, board deposition of requests, and which is the motion and the vote. Here is tonight's agenda. Item number 6L, 129 Live Oak Drive has deferred until the 13th. So just note that that item will, if you are calling in or wanting to speak on that item, just note that that item has been deferred and it will not be heard tonight, and it will actually be heard on July 13th, Monday, July 13th. All right, so getting this evening started, as we do not have a chair, I'm going to ask members of the commission if you could turn on your mics to give a nomination for the chair if you so wish someone, if you believe that they should be the chair for tonight, and then we will have a roll call vote of the 4 commissioners for the election. Are there any nominations?
I'd like to nominate Bob Crossland.
Are there any other nominations? All right, Lynette, could you do a roll call vote for to see if go through all the commission members to see if who they want to vote for the chair.
So who made the nomination?
Gene, I'm sorry.
Thank you. And then we need to have it seconded.
I'll second that.
Is that Mr. Hackenberg?
It is.
Thank you. All right. So for voting Mr. Crossland as chair for the meeting, Mr. Barber? In favor?
Yeah, I'm in favor.
Mr. Gallagher?
In favor.
Mr. Crossland?
Sure, I'm in favor.
And Mr. Hackenberg?
Yes.
Passed unanimously.
So, Mr. Crossland, if you could start us off with approval of the agenda, please. Go
Ask
through
the
that.
approval of the agenda. We have an approval of the agenda. Motion.
Motion.
Second.
Is that Mr. Hackenberg?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
I'll second that. This is Mr. Gallagher.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No?
Mr. Crossland, if you want to continue with the agenda for approval of the minutes?
Do we have do we have a motion for approval of the minutes from February 10 and March 9, 2020? I'll make a motion for that. Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passed.
All right. Do we have any new correspondence?
Yes, you received some correspondence for 129 Live Oak and for 829 Pitt Street. And 129 Live Oak has asked for deferral to July 13th as they are, there was an emergency on behalf of the applicant, so they are just going to be switched just to the 13th. So that item will be revisited then. And that concludes the correspondence.
So noted and recorded. Next item. Do we have any general public comment?
So just going through this, again, we will need to wait about a minute just to see if anyone calls in. Lynette, you're looking at the phone calls if anyone comes in, right?
I do.
Okay.
We see that there is one caller.
Okay.
I'm not sure if they have a public comment.
We can find out, I guess.
If you have a public comment, you can hit *6. That will unmute, and then you can say your name and address for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak. It does not look like we have any public comment.
Okay.
Okay, now we have the item of consent. We have 4 candidates for consent. They are 134 Live Oak, 436 Church Street, 741 Pitt Street, and 103 Venning Street. We have a motion for consent of these.
I move to do that.
Okay, I'll second it. Crossland.
All in favor?
Hold on, if you can just state those items that were for consent again, the addresses.
134 Live Oak, 436 Church, 741 Pitt, and 103 Venning.
Thank you. And then we have Mr. Barber.
Sorry, we do need to allow for public comment for those as well.
Oh, I apologize. You're correct.
Okay. Is there any public comment on the approval of these 4 items?
We'll just need to wait about 30 more seconds just to make sure if anyone calls in.
All right.
Okay.
Hearing no comments, I'll call for a vote. Mr. Barber?
I believe Mr. Barber also had a comment if he wanted to discuss one of the items.
I had a question about 436 Church and, the handrail design and wanted the staff's comment on that.
So it was determined when the item was first came before the commission 2 years ago that the handrail was unoriginal to the home, and that they were apparently more appropriate to go with the design as presented tonight. And it's just mere, I guess, an issue with state law that they had to come back to the commission just because their vested rights on the previous approval expired.
Okay, I understand now. I'm in favor of approving it then.
I think we can do the roll call now. Lynette?
Okay. We'll just hold on. Someone popped up in the lobby. I'm going to make sure.
Okay.
Do you have a comment on any of those items that are for consent?
I might have missed something. Item N on the agenda, N is in November, 829 Pitt Street.
That'll be
Has
coming
that-
later.
Has that request been deferred to a future date?
No, sir. 129 Live Oak has been deferred to a later date. 829 Pitt Street will be heard later in this meeting.
Okay, I thought I heard it made reference that they were deferring because there was a family emergency or something.
No, it's for 129 Live Oak.
129. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. I will call back. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Hearing no other and seeing no other people wanting to comment, I'll call for the vote on the consent items. Mr. Barber,
Agree.
Mr. Gallagly,
Approved.
Mr. Crossland,
Yes, approved.
Mr. Hackenberg.
Approved.
Motion passed unanimously.
Okay.
Right.
Moving on to the business items, staff report.
Could you just read the item? If you will.
134 Live Oak, that has already been approved.
We'll go straight to item
Already
C.
approved.
Sorry, let me get through these.
627 Pitt Street.
All right, here we go. Applicable ordinances are the impervious lot coverage. Applicable guidelines are fences and walls, number 4 and 7. Sidewalks, driveways, and streets, number 3, 4, 5, 8. The impervious surface maximum is shown to be 24.6%. The materials are within the design guidelines. For information purposes, for the applicant, the typical 6 to 8 inch base layer for the crushed gravel with material within the tree protection zone, we're talking about that tree in the backyard, will not be allowed during permitting. It will have to be installed upon the flat ground with no excavation. So, Ms. Duncan, if you take that into consideration for the permitting process, it's time for that. Staff wonders if the commission should consider design guidelines, sidewalks, driveways, and streets, number 4, which states site parking areas with sensitivity. Driveways should lead into rear yards or side yards whenever possible. It appears there could be available land to have parking in the rear of the home or in the side property with a driveway along the side. Staff recommendation, staff suggests the commission consider the placement of the parking, considering the goal of the guideline is to keep the streetscape limited to vehicles and allow the focus to be on the homes and other structures. So just getting into the site plan, this is the plat of the current property. There are some aspects that were approved by staff in the meantime as we were waiting to have a meeting, but good, such as the walkways and actually, let me get the laser pointer here, such as the walkways and this portico here, but staff does not have current approval for the parking spaces and such.
I'd like to make a comment on this. I went out and walked the property yesterday.
Could we wait for comments until the appropriate time, Mr.
Okay, sorry.
Mr. Crossland?
Done?
I just want to make sure that we keep type rope just because we're in such a weird setting.
Yeah, this is kind of unusual.
Yeah. So sorry. So here's the available fencing that they're proposing, as well as the walkway and the brick material for their surrounding. And that concludes the staff report. The applicants for 627, you have 10 minutes now.
Austin, can you put up the site plan, please?
Yeah.
The landscape plan. Hi, my name is Katie Duncan. I'm a landscape designer. Duncan Design Studio is my company name. I'm representing the clients, John Rose and Vale Duggan for 627 Pitt Street. This is a really unique property in that the clients are trying very hard to keep the existing structure, which is small, and they want to live here and they want to make it a really beautiful, updated little cottage in the old village. And I commend them on that because they have had to jump through a lot of hoops, and it probably would have been a whole lot easier to tear this little house down and build something big here than it has been to do what they're doing. And it's a really cute little property. We are asking for, currently we are not adding more than 50% of the home value. And from that, Austin, it's my understanding that we are allowed to do parking where it is existing based on that. And secondly, to get parking around the left side of this property, I don't know, does my pointer work on this screen?
I don't believe so. I can for you.
Yeah, so if you can point, there's a tree to your left, down, up, down the other. Oh, okay. Okay, over a little to your right. One more. Right there. There's a big magnolia tree there, which will require tree mitigation if we were to remove that. And that's really your only access into the backyard to try and get parking in the back. So it's really not feasible without tree mitigation. And I don't know that it's actually required based on the fact that they are not doing more than 50% improvement on the property. So we're proposing to keep the parking where it is existing. It's just a crushed stone parking with a brick border. We're using the old Carolina brick or something similar that's for a new entry walkway and landing at the front door. I'm trying to make sure that this property has a pedestrian access as well as parking so that it feels like it has a street presence that is on the pedestrian scale. So you can see how there's also a path that would lead to the sidewalk through the lawn so that people could enter the home without walking through the driveway, which I think gives it that kind of the idea of what you're asking for, Austin, and the parking in the back is accomplished through having that second pathway there. And then we are fine with applying the crushed stone. I understand we can't grade within that tree protection zone. So we're fine to apply that crushed stone without excavating in that area. And then finally, as far as the fence, you'll really only see the fence. It's pushed back from the front property line. Austin, can you point to where the fence location is on there for them? Yeah, so there, and then it kind of, in the back, it's going to be the neighboring fences. So it's really these two pieces of fence that go across the front facade. And they would be just under 4 feet tall. It's a white horizontal board fence and a white gate. So you can see in those pictures the concept images there. And you can see the idea of the pathway would be some sort of paver, like a bluestone paver with lawn joints, like in the left picture, and then the brick pathways, similar to what you see there. Yeah, so we're within the lot coverage for impervious surfaces. We're under for that. And anyway, I'd like for you guys to consider approval of this plan as designed. Thank you.
Moving to our public comment procedures, if you'd like to call in about this item, you can follow the directions up here on the screen. We'll just wait about another 30 seconds to a minute to make sure if any of you would like to call in. So hold now, forever hold your peace.
I do not see anyone waiting to speak.
Okay. All right. So I made this a little bit more easier for you guys, for the commission members, for the board questions. We can just go right straight through. If by alphabetical order, whoever has comments, and just state if you do or if you do not. So, Mr. Barber,
Yeah, I have a couple comments.
just the questions for right now.
Or questions, yeah. Is that fence meet the openness requirements in the guidelines? And then I was also curious if, I forget if there's a sidewalk in front of this house or not.
There is a sidewalk in front of this property. However, that would be in the right of way and therefore would not be shown on this property site plan. It does show that the fencing is open, so that would meet the intent of the design guidelines, at least in staff's opinion.
Okay, because I think we've disapproved a fence that looks just like that before.
I'm not exactly sure. I can't recall one just like this, but
There was a house on Royal, and they had not painted it. And we had asked them to separate the board some, and they ended up doing it.
right, that one, the issue is that it was too tall and that it was solid. This one appears that it's this one is on the side yard, so you do get that full 4 feet.
Okay.
And it does not have, it's not solid, so it does have some spacing in it.
And then my last question is, the applicant mentioned that they have the right to keep the parking where it's at, which from what they say is where it's shown. But the staff recommendation is to consider like a tandem or some other parking.
It was just consideration, and I wasn't fully aware of that tree there, which is definitely could come into your consideration. Otherwise, it does say for when you're improving beyond 50%, it needs to be in the rear yard. However, it does provide for number 4 under sidewalks, driveways, and streets that site parking areas with sensitivity driveway should lead to rear yards or side yard areas wherever possible. There currently isn't a driveway on this property or any improved parking, so it's kind of this is the first go around for any parking on that property. So that's where staff is kind of pointing out that, but taking into consideration that tree, that would push staff to say that the parking is probably best where designed.
Are we going to have a comment section later? Like now it's just questions?
Yes, it's just questions. Yes, we'll have a comment period later with the deliberation.
Okay, that's all I have for questions.
Mr. Crossland? Do you have any questions?
He's on mute.
Mr. Crossland, if you take it off mute. Did you have any questions? I guess not. Mr. Gallagly?
I do not have any questions. I thought it was well done.
Thank you.
Mr. Hackenberg?
Mr. Hackenberg, you're muted as well, so if you want to unmute your mic.
I guess not then. And we'll go to, I did not have any rebuttal or anything. I don't know if Katie does for the applicant rebuttal.
No, I think we discussed the parking, and I think we're in agreement in the fence detail.
All right. Mr. Crossland, could you close the public comment then? Is he still on mute?
He is still muted.
Mr. Crossland, if you just go over your thing and hit the unmute button for us.
Gotcha.
There we go.
There we go.
Okay. Okay, now we'll close the public portion of the meeting and go to the board deliberation. Since there are no other comments.
So if there are any comments, we can go in order.
Any comments from the board? Okay, I have a comment. It's there is an oak tree that's behind the magnolia that is not shown in the landscape layout on the left-hand side of the lot behind that magnolia that is identified. Is that going to be coming down or is that staying?
No, we're not taking down any trees that are currently there. So the trees that are there are to remain. There's no tree mitigation on this project.
Okay. I was just wondering because it's not shown on your.
Yeah, I apologize for that.
That's okay. But I mean, that would also make it even more difficult to do a driveway down that side.
That's correct.
And this is one of the smallest lots in the old village, 0.17. So I think that your layout is entirely appropriate for the lot and maximizes the landscaping potential.
Thank you.
Any other comments from the board?
If none, do I hear a motion for approval?
This is Mr. Barber. I had a comment. I feel like the tandem parking idea proposed by staff could be implemented here on the right side of the property where you don't have the tree conflict. And I mean, I do agree with staff that, you know, a tandem parking situation would increase the streetscape. You know, it's a little bit inconvenient for the user, but there's plenty of other, you know, houses that have a tandem parking situation, and you know, it must work for them. So,
hey, Corey.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I what's not noted on here, I have to interject here. This is Vale Duggan, one of the homeowners. The right side of the property, there's a fire hydrant in front of the home. It would be impossible for us to utilize any right side of 627 Pitt.
And it's like less than 10 feet from the property line. It is very, very narrow.
Okay, so it would be like right in the way then.
Yeah, if there's any chance you have to go over there, you'll see it. But the fire hydrant is on the right side of the property, so a tandem would not be possible on any side of the right. That's why we've used both sides of the left lot. The tree again would prevent us from making a too narrow parking. So that's why we kind of have been using this oyster bed as our plan.
We should also note that this is a 0.17 acre lot, and a turnaround for parking requires somewhere between 600 and 750 square feet to be functional. So
yeah,
that pretty much eat up the backyard.
I mean, I guess my comment to the other board members is that, you know, you're setting the precedent that this is okay. So.
Oh, there are quite a few homes on Pitt Street that have parking like this. I think 931 right down the block from me does. Only it's actually right in front of the house.
And I would just mention further that, at least from staff's perspective, of course, every lot is different. Obviously, since this one is small, if you had a much larger lot that you're dealing with that had plenty of land on either side of the home and no tree conflicts or anything like that, that of course the board could enforce the guidelines more effectively for a larger size lot for parking. So again, just depends on the lot. Or can depend on the lot.
And I guess, are they required to have 2 parking spots? Is that correct?
Since they did not reach their 50%, technically they did not need to add any parking at all on the property with the improvements that they did or are doing right now.
Okay.
So they're adding improved parking just because they desire it which I can understand.
Are comments completed from the board? If none, do I hear a motion and a second?
I would move that we approve this as designed.
Second.
I'm sorry, who made the motion?
Gallagher, second Crossland.
Thank you.
Okay, moving to the next item.
Oh,
Now,
Staff.
we need to take a vote.
So, Leah, could you do the roll call vote, please?
Yep. Mr. Hackenberg? Mr. Hackenberg?
John.
Could you take your,
Mr. Hack,
could you take it off mute, please? If you scroll over the screen, you'll see the mute button pop up, and just hit it so that you can unmute yourself.
okay, while he's working on that, Mr. Barber? Vote on the motion for approval.
Approved.
Mr. Gallagher?
Approved.
Mr. Crossland?
Approved.
Mr. Hackenberg, we still have showing you as muted.
Can we unmute him from
I
our end?
cannot. He has to do it himself.
You might want to tell him how to go about that. If you move your pointer over the screen, the center, it'll a little black line will pop up that has icons in it. John.
Lynette, since we have 3 votes, can we move on?
I will just note him as abstaining.
Okay.
Motion passes.
Okay,
Item
next
E
item.
was passed. Okay. Okay. Mr. Crossland, if you could read the item for us.
Yes, 105 Middle Street. Applicant is seeking final review for harborside renovations, site alterations, and a pool. So staff presentation, please.
So applicable ordinances are impervious lot coverage, yard requirements, location of accessory structures, BAR requirements, and parking requirements. Applicable guidelines are porches and stoops number 7, additions number 1, fences and walls number 3, 4, 5, and 10, sidewalks, driveways, and streets number 5 and 8, and decks and pools number 1 and 4. The BAR is non-conforming, but not proposed to be changed. The porch percentage is going to remain above 10%. The impervious lot coverage is going to be reduced to just under 40%. The dead tree will have to be confirmed by staff through the permitting process. The applicant includes a request for a setback encroachment. The stairs can encroach. Stairs in general can encroach 4 feet into a side setback. The request is for an additional 1 foot and 10 inches. Per the provisions of section 156.313E4 yard requirements, the commission can move these setbacks based on the consideration of the adjacent lots and the overall character of the streetscape and district. Commission will have to consider the implications of a 4-foot fence on the harbor side. Pools require a 4-foot perimeter fence per the building code for safety reasons. But the design guidelines dictate a maximum of 42 inches is allowed. This is kind of a special item because most old village properties that front the harbor that have pools have basically a seawall at their property or within their property. This one's a little different that their seawall is outside of their property. So they have to have their 4-foot fence on their property instead. So it's a special case here. Moving to the staff recommendation, staff recommends approval for the project except for the exterior stair for it meets the design guidelines, but with the condition that a post-built survey to confirm the impervious coverage is below 40%. Staff recommends denial for the exterior stair for the setback encroachment.
Here we go.
For the setback encroachment as required per section 156.313E4 yard requirements. Just again, because there does not appear to be a precedent as presented by the to staff by the applicant. Moving to the application, you'll see the photos of the house as it exists now. This is what they're demoing. Moving to the elevations. And again, you can see what they're demoing. That long staircase in the rear. And to the staircase projections along with the pool.
So,
See its name.
You can see the staircase there. I will mention that originally the applicant presented an idea for a staircase on the other side of the porch, and that was within the setbacks. But when it came time for the application, the applicant moved the staircase to the other side. So a staircase from the porch to the bottom, to the actual ground level, does work on the property and within the setbacks. There is a small addition out the back, as you can see right here. They're just using existing patio, or excuse me, existing covered porch space to fill in. And the existing survey of the property. Again, you can see in terms of the fence issue is that their property ends here, but the bulkhead that they use is out in it's actually unimproved Bay Street. So to have the fence for the pool, they have to put it along their property line, and therefore they can't use the bulkhead as some of their, basically their pool compliant fencing for the 4 feet. Moving to the views of this property as well as the neighbors. And then the existing, you can see all the demolition that they'll be doing. And to get the impervious surface down, they'll also be tearing up their current driveway and replacing that with pervious material, pervious pavers. And then the fencing as requested. And that concludes the staff report. Applicants for 105 Middle Street, you have 10 minutes if you're on. Cindy, I believe if since you were calling in, I believe you need to hit *6 to take yourself off mute. If you could do that. We'll give you another minute so you can hear me.
Did that work?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, there we go. Does that work?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you. So my name is Cindy Klein with Wertimer & Klein Landscape Architects, and we are the landscape architects on the project. And today we are also joined by the project architect, David Thompson, and the homeowners, Richard and Shara Starr. As was described by Austin, we're requesting final approval for plans for the renovation. at 105 Middle Street for the site as well as the home. Key to these proposed improvements is the removal of the existing rear stair and the landing in the rear yard. And then this removal allows for more usable space for the landscape and for a proposed new pool with an adjacent small pool terrace. These proposed improvements do reduce the overall amount of impervious lot coverage on the lot. However, additional modifications to the site would bring the overall into compliance with zoning requirements. Portions of the existing impervious driveway are proposed to be removed as shown in that graphic and replaced in kind with brick, Old Carolina brick, set in a pervious application as detailed in the masonry details. This proposed plan has been reviewed and is being reviewed and detailed by our consulting civil engineer, Cameron Baker. The footprint of the driveway will not be altered and off-street parking will not be affected by these changes. In terms of site work, there will be no fill dirt added to the site, so therefore no grade changes across the property, and the consulting civil engineer is also completing an overall site drainage plan for the project. Renovations and modifications to the home are largely internal as described, with the exception of the new stair, and I will let David Thompson speak to that.
Hello, can everybody hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay, great. This is David Thompson. I'm the project architect. Briefly, our scope of work is concentrated on two small additions to the harbor side, which are located within the existing elevated rear porch footprint and fall under the existing roof line. So they create sort of a symmetrical kind of saddlebag additions for butler's pantry and a small exercise room without changing the roof line or the extent of the porch. And then there is one window that is being relocated from the kitchen. Doesn't sound like staff has any exceptions to those requests. We'll be using like material of the existing structure, similar cable rail system to what's in place. In fact, we're reusing some of the components as well as the same cedar siding and stain that's already on. So everything will be in kind. We're also repurposing existing double doors and just moving them to a new plane in the building. So the addition of the pool is only made possible by the removal of the rear stair, which is quite large in its footprint. We have looked at two locations for as small a stair as I can make meet building code. And as Austin said, we originally considered the location on the opposite side of the property. Two factors came into play on why we're requesting to relocate that stair. One is that the harbor views from the living space are best taken in without having a stair handrail in front of the windows. Pretty basic request for why someone would want a house with this statue on the water, and sensible location kind of moves it out of the way to the less used side of the property. The other consideration is that it's actually less visible to this neighboring side's house than from the 103 side. The existing vegetation on this side of the house, as well as two mirror image fences, one on each property, 105 and 107, makes this stair almost invisible from the adjacent property at 107. And we can backtrack in a moment and look at images, a photograph that we included that shows, I don't believe you will see this from the street based on the new fence and existing vegetation. So on the, let's see, there's another set of photographs, I believe.
Is this the one you're referencing that you're wanting?
Yes, so middle of the screen showing the front facade, you can see the amount of trees and the layering of vegetation and the existing fence. There's nothing but greenery that you can see to the left of the house, which is where the stair is being proposed. Additionally, we did review the plans with the immediate adjacent neighbor at 107 Middle Street and provided a letter of support for the project from Mr. Dover, which we sent in by email. So Mr. Rutherford should have that on file. So we would request, with no opposition from the immediate neighbor and minimal to no visibility from the street, that the board approve this request.
Cindy, does that conclude your applicant presentation for us?
I believe so. We do realize that there will need to be some further discussion regarding the fence as described. But in terms of site work, I believe we've covered what we're requesting.
Okay.
Okay, any questions of the applicant from the commission?
Don't we need to do public comment?
Yeah, if we could do public comment first, then we can go to the questions. So if anyone would like to call in regarding this item, do so now. Instructions are up on the screen. We will wait 30 seconds to a minute for you to call in. Lynette, I did hear pop up as if someone was coming in. I'm not sure if that was for a phone call or not. It was about 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, we currently have no one waiting.
Okay. Guess not then. Okay. Maybe it was someone leaving. Okay.
That might have been Mr. Hackenberg, because it did appear that he was able to get his mic to work, so that was good.
Gotcha.
I do not see anyone calling in.
Okay. All right. Now we can go to the questions.
Any of the commissioners have questions of the applicant?
I guess I'm first. This is Mr. Barber. I had a question about the cable railing. Since the stair is going to be on the side of the house, that is potentially visible from the street. And I thought that the cable railing style was not one of the approved styles for use. Austin, can you?
Let me check. Sure. Taking a look. Decks and pools. Cable railings are appropriate for decks, and as long as they're cable and not vinyl coated. So I would consider this to be appropriate. There's been many other homes that have also used it for decks. I would add.
Well, I guess we had looked at a property down by the Pitt Street Bridge that wanted cable railing, and I thought we told them they couldn't use it.
We suggested that they try and find a way to make it look more historic. It was a suggestion. That's the one at the very end of Fifth Street.
I believe that was for their front porch, and that was the issue. Since this one is a bit farther back and it's kind of more their deck, that's why staff considered it to be within the design guidelines. But of course, that's just staff's opinion.
I think the other question I had for you, Austin, was I thought I heard you mention that this house was already exceeding the BAR, and now they're adding additional conditioned space on the porch. So how's that?
So the coverage porch space contributes towards their BAR. So the total BAR is not increasing. It's just that their heated square footage is increasing, but we don't have any maximums for heated square footage.
Okay, it's a sum of porch and home for the BAR.
Yeah.
Okay.
The covered porch is included, yeah. And they're not going down beneath 10% of the the minimum, so that they're in good standing with that zoning requirement.
And I have no more questions.
Okay, I'm a little confused about what the proposal is on the staircase, the side staircase.
Let me go back.
I understand the original proposal, which was going to leave 4 feet of area to the side of the lot.
Right. So the original proposal that staff saw was going to have it over here, and there was enough room to get it within that 6 foot right here. But on the other side, at least with the way they have it currently designed, they have to go in almost 2 feet into that, more into that side setback. So they're almost going about 4 feet to the neighboring property line instead of at the 6 foot line. But I understand their reasoning why they wanted to switch it that way, and that's because of views. But there are ways that you could design this staircase to be within the side setback. If you just made it more, come out farther this way and then put it down towards the downstairs patio, that would get you within the 6 feet. So
that appeared to be feasible to me as well when I went and looked at it. Does the architect have any comment on that?
Yes, I do. We actually did a preliminary design study for a single run stair that essentially mirrored the shape of that elevated porch. And the length of the run, it discharges, you see where near Austin's cursor, where there's a little arrow that says align.
Right.
The length of the stair actually runs all the way out to there, and we determined that it was too close to the pool where the bottom of the stair ended. So that was my first hope, was to not have a return stair, because I really didn't want it to be so bulky. But the way the landings work, we didn't find that to be feasible, and I'd be happy to pull those studies. I'll also note we've got for a return stair, and we've done the bare minimum to meet code tread depth and the maximum riser height. And you can see we've tucked a couple of stairs underneath the porch or the deck extents to try to maximize or minimize the impact on the, and we are right there at that minimum head clearance to sneak under. So I couldn't add another tread or two to that side to reduce it.
Could you bring it into the decking area or the patio area without using 90 degrees? I mean, yeah, right in there. Would that?
I have not studied that.
Following the angle of the patio.
Right. So follow the angle of the patio and then still turn it inside.
Question.
I'd say that it's possible and we could study it. I don't think that it's the most elegant response I could present to them, but if it's something we could look at.
Well, since none of us are architects, but it does appear feasible. Maybe you would want to give that some consideration.
I mean, not to speak out of line for my client, and Mr. Starr's on the line, but I would imagine if that were the preferred alternative, we would probably consider relocating this stair back to the other side of the property. I think that's just going to be a really awkward way to travel.
Well, like I say, there's nobody who's an architect here. It just.
Can you show the deck plan? We're looking at the ground level plan.
Is that the one you wanted to see, Corey?
Well, no, I'm just like that ground level plan doesn't really show you where the stair is starting at the top in plan.
Let's see. That give you a better idea?
I guess. So they're trying to come off the porch as soon as possible past the new conditioned space.
Right, really by necessity, because the further we push it away, the closer it gets to the pool. And it's, it's a deceptively long stair. There's really 3 extra risers built in to the length of this because we've got them positioned between the landings. So if you spread it all out as a single run, it's a long stair. So we need to push it as tight as possible.
Is it so long that you need to have a landing?
We do.
So even if it was a straight run, you'd have
12 riser maximum. I can double check the code, but at a minimum, we have to have the landing when you exit the door at the top. So there's at least 1 landing that's got to be accounted for. I can go back and double check on the intermediate, but we're not able to discharge from a door right out onto a step.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm just like that porch is pretty big, and this isn't a small lot. It just seems like there's a way to make it work with the setbacks.
Mr. Crossland, if you could ask Mr. Gallagher or Hackenberg if they have any questions.
Any further questions, Gene, John?
I have one, and I think I heard you say that originally. Can you hear me? Okay, I can't remember if I'm unmuted or not.
Yep.
I'm coming through. Okay, I heard you originally say the stairs were put on the other side, and what was the reason that didn't work? Because it looks like there's more room over there than on the side that you have it showing now.
There is more room. It just barely fits on the other side without the additional encroachment requirement. The reasoning for moving it to this side primarily was the views from the kitchen, which is sort of, if you look at the floor plan, really where the whole project is taking place architecturally, would be much better if they didn't have to look through the railings at the upper landing of the stair. So to remove those from the view corridor out of the main living area towards the harbor was one part of it.
Okay.
The other part was it really tucks into the adjacent surroundings better on this side. If you were to be on property, you can see how there's much more visibility between the houses at 103 and 105 than there is between 105 and 107. And then I would say lastly, the primary kind of travel path for the family, the kids, the dog, the pool guy, the landscape people, all exist on the other side of the house, which is not impeded by the large magnolia tree. It's just sort of their natural path. It's also a more enhanced path. So we felt like this was past the least resistance and worth the request.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Mr. Hackenberg, did you have any questions? I guess not.
Okay, any members of the public that would like to speak on this item, please remember to state your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
I think we already
did that.
Are we done here?
Yeah.
This is our internal deliberation time.
So, yeah, I didn't have any rebuttal. I didn't know if the applicant had any further comments. I guess not. So you can.
Okay, we'll close the public portion of the meeting, then go to board deliberation. Any comments from the board? Or are we done? Do I hear a motion?
I mean, I feel like they should look at ways to stay within the setback. I understand, the vegetation issue, but like vegetation changes over time. Nothing says that vegetation is 100% permanent for the end of time. And I understand that the neighbor is okay with it, but who knows if a future neighbor would be. So like, I just feel like the lot is big enough that there should be a clever way to make it work, and not have to, ask for the encroachment. I don't know if you guys disagree.
I will mention that staff has a suggested motion that would put the staircase in staff's hands and making sure that it's within the setback requirements. If that's what you're wanting to desire. So.
I'll make a motion for that if no one else has any other comment.
No, that's a good motion. Would you like to?
Is it approved with conditions, Austin? Oh, here we go.
Yeah. So this suggested language includes that for the 40% as well. So if you want to use this exact wording, or if you want to use your own, that's of course up to you.
I'll go with this. I motion to approve 105 Middle Street with the condition that a post-built survey be conducted to ensure impervious surface coverage compliance, and to deny the stair encroachment due to a lack of an established encroachment precedent as required by section 156.313E4 yard requirements. Staff will have permission to approve placement of stairs within setback requirements.
So moved. I second.
Lynette, can we have a roll call?
I'm sorry, was that who seconded?
Crossland.
Thank you. And hold one moment.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Barber,
Approve or agree.
Mr. Gallagly,
Approve the motion.
I guess I'll approve.
Mr. Hackenberg,
John, you got to unmute.
Mr. Hackenberg.
Yes.
Thank you. And Mr. Crossland.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
Okay, item 237 Middle Street.
Don't touch it.
Applicant is seeking final review for alterations to previously approved plans on the Harborside fascia for a new accessory garage. Applicable ordinances are impervious lot coverage, yard requirements, accessory building limitations, BAR requirements, and parking requirements. Applicable guidelines are porches and suites number 9, garage accessory buildings number 3 and number 5. And before I forget, we did have a piece of correspondence on this. I forgot to mention that earlier. The new home was approved last year and is currently under construction. The application appears to meet the design guidelines except for the fence, which does need to have spacing. So I'll address that with the recommendation and the suggested motion. The garage request includes a front setback encroachment. The area is technically considered the front yard with a normal setback of 20 feet. However, this area is meant to be treated as the rear yard by the owners and is concealed by the flag lot nature. Under the provisions of yard requirements, the commission can minimize the setback using, again, the precedent that's set for the area. The applicant shows that there is precedent for the accessory structure in the corner of this lot chosen for the garage, and I'll show that later. Moving along, application also proposes altering the design of the rear retaining wall. I believe some of you were on the commission then. That was approved back in December. It was approved that it would be maintained at the same height as 8 pier screws. However, they're proposing to lower it lower than 8 pier screws, which should keep down the amount of any proposed fill or anything like that. So that should be good. The application also proposes altering the design from the previous approvals, including some windows and redesigning the placement of the number of chimneys. Staff recommends approval for the garage, given that there's a precedent for accessory structures with adjoining lots, and the harbor-facing porch. Again, the fencing just needs to be conditioned to provide some extra spacing. And I can get that from the applicant at a later time for their COA. So again, you've seen this home plans a few times in the past. This was what appeared there before. That's the survey. Going to the aerials. What the home used to look like before it was removed. And the adjacent lots. Umpires Cruise and the surrounding area. Okay, so getting into the precedent, this corner where they're proposing the garage is where the other properties that surround them also have their accessory structures. So that's pointing that out. And some of them are pretty close to the property line, as you can see here. Again, this home has been removed. So here you can start to see some of the changes that are proposed. They're proposing this rear porch extension out right here. And then this is the placement for that new accessory garage. Then current, and then proposed again, that porch being added on the back. So if whoever's having that background noise, if you could please put your computer on mute or your phone call on mute, please. Again, before the currently approved plans and then the new proposed plans. Current proposed, and then we go to proposed. Sorry. Again, whoever has that background noise, please put your computer on mute.
Austin, I think that's Mr. Hackenberg.
Okay.
I think he's just getting some background
Gotcha.
noise from where he's sitting.
You can see the changes proposed in the rear with the windows. And here are the elevations of the proposed garage. Then to the site plan again. The bluestone that they intend for that underneath of the area. And again, the proposed fence was not showing spacing, but I did speak with Mr. Broker, the owner, and he emailed me and said that they can redesign the fencing to have some spacing, which they could with this design, just open it up a little bit. So I'll just ask for those revisions pending approval. Most of the stuff you've already seen. So that concludes the staff report. So the applicants for 237 Middle Street, you are available for your 10-minute applicant time.
Hi, this is Emily Wyatt with Herlong Architects. Thanks, Austin, for going through that. I just want to, say that with the new garage and the new porch, we are proposing a small increase in our building area ratio. But to kind of counter that, we're proposing less impervious surface, and we're going to do the driveway for this project in a pervious paver type. Generally, we're proposing that the materials and the look for the garage just they fit with what's already approved for the existing house. We're not proposing anything new there. I think most of the new look is on the rear elevation. So Austin, if you could go to that elevation for me, please.
This one?
Yes. Yeah, I just wanted to, reiterate that we're adding this back porch onto the master. We feel that it's really going to benefit the homeowners, and we feel that the design with the back porch of this facade kind of feels like a more well-rounded design, and a lot of the window changes are just so that the Brookers can enjoy this view a bit more, giving them some larger windows to kind of feel more out in that backyard. Unless Sam or the Brookers have anything to add, it's a pretty straightforward modification.
So are you good with your application presentation?
Yes, unless Sam or Steve Herlong has anything to add.
Sam or Steve? Anything? No?
Does not appear so. Thank you.
You're welcome. So at this time, Mr. Crossland, could you open up public comment, please? And then we'll wait a minute for people to call in if they so speak. I believe there might be one call in for this. At least one. Mr. Crossland, could you just state public comment is open?
Don't we have questions of the applicant from the commission first?
We'll do that after the public comment.
Okay, if there are any members of the public that would like to speak on this item, please state your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes. I hear crickets.
Linda Balzac, did you have a comment?
No, I don't. I was just trying to get into the meeting and I dialed the number by accident.
Okay, that's
Okay.
fine. It looked like you might have been trying to speak, so I wanted to make sure.
Well, thank you for that, but I was just so confused about this whole thing. I'm just done this for the first time today. So.
Not a problem. It does not appear that there's anyone that is here to speak on this item.
Okay. Any final comments from staff?
No, we can go into board questions, yeah.
Okay. Now close the public portion of the meeting, go to board deliberation. Any comments from the board?
I have a question for Austin. You said this house was demolished and is being replaced.
Yes. It was already demolished they already have previously approved plans from last year. They're just revising some of the home plans, in particular that new porch,
Okay.
as well as adding the accessory garage to their plans.
So I guess my question for staff is regarding like the setbacks. It appears that, the house is very close to the side yard, but if that was already approved because it was the original footprint, I guess, of the old house, how does this new porch, which is like an extension off the house, like is Is it meet the side yard setback there?
If what we typically do for this, if I would just go that as long as it does not go any further into the setback, you're not asking for further encroachment.
Well, I disagree with that because you're encroaching on the side yard for like a longer distance. But,
that's the rule that we have in the zoning code. So
they could have built the house all the way up to that setback over the length of the front to back side yard if they wanted to.
Let me.
It feels like if you're encroaching on the side yard, that's fine if you had an original building, but once you're extending that building, it seems like you should have to meet, the new current setbacks.
So in the zoning code, if you're not asking for further setback encroachment, if you're staying along the existing line, then we consider that to be conforming. I don't recall whether or not this home had a side setback encroachment. That very well may be 8 feet. I do not recall offhand. I don't know if Emily knows that answer from working with the plan. If that side setback was 8 feet, Emily, do you know?
Give me 1 second. I'm verifying on the site plan so I can give you an accurate number.
It's a large lot, so it's kind of hard to see any setbacks on.
Why is it only 8 feet if it's such a large lot?
It's a non-conforming lot because it's a flag lot, so it automatically goes down 20% from the 10 feet, so it's 8 feet.
It's non-conforming from a street frontage standpoint, not a minimum lot size standpoint.
Yes, a flag lot, any flag lot would be automatically a non-conforming lot.
Okay.
My site plan shows it's an existing non-conforming setback at 4'8".
Okay. I believe they kept the same setback as the original home. If that's starting to ring a bell, so I think that was what the commission approved about a year ago now.
Okay, I mean we can deliberate it later, but I have some thoughts on that.
Any other comments from the board? If none, do I hear a motion?
Well, wait, we
gotta deliberate.
There's other questions for the commission before we get to there. So let's get here. Sorry, let me catch up. Back up. So we just need to, if Mr. Gallagher or Mr. Hackenberg have any questions for the applicant or for staff.
No questions from me.
Okay, staff doesn't have anything else to say unless Emily does, and then if not, Mr. Crossley can close the public comment.
Okay, we will close the public portion of the meeting, go to board deliberation. Any comments from the board?
I guess I wanted to discuss this idea that like they can just extend that 4-foot setback over any length that they want. That kind of seems unfair to the neighbor to me. I understand they're not encroaching further, but they're encroaching over a longer length of the property line. And if I was the neighbor, I'd kind of feel like I was being encroached on more, when they extend this porch. And like Austin said, the lot's big, so there's no reason they couldn't figure out a way to make their porch bigger within the legit setback. So like I guess my viewpoint is that the porch should try to fit within, an 8-foot side yard setback. I don't know if you guys disagree.
Austin, may I speak to that? Is that allowed?
You would only be allowed to speak if one of the commission members asked you a direct question related to it.
Sure.
Would you please give us a comment on that?
I just wanted to say that as far as changing, the porch to fit more within that setback. We do have two very large trees right along the edge of that porch that we're trying not to encroach on any more than is allowed. So our options for doing more porch in other areas of that back facade are very, very limited.
Where I see the one tree, and you've kind of built the porch around it, it looks like. Why couldn't you slide over within the canopy of that tree?
There is a certain percentage that we were allowed to encroach on those trees based on what the existing house was encroaching on those trees.
I mean, it looks like you got, the porch is 4 posts, right? Like, it looks like it could slide over and your post would still miss the protection zone.
It's possible, but then, you know, the rest of the porch outside of the post would encroach on that as well.
I will mention that the encroachment into these trees is at its limits to what staff will agree to without considering them losses for mitigation. So just stating that for any consideration.
Well, what's an impact? Is it the footing of the porch, or just if the porch itself is within the canopy?
The impact, staff not only takes into consideration the foundational elements, but they also take into consideration for the canopy. So if you move the porch further into the tree protection zone, you'd be potentially hurting the canopy of the tree. So
like having to trim the tree back because of the height of the porch.
Yes. And again, these 2 trees are at their limit. They're basically right at where the existing home was in terms of the amount of encroachment. So that's where what I've been told from our tree experts is that they are at their limit.
And okay, I understand that. It's not a requirement that they have a porch. I mean, that's like a want, not a necessity. So, I mean, I don't know if I'm the only one of the 4 of us that feels this way, but I kind of feel like they should, you know, not be creating a longer length of, you know, reduced setback. I'm just thinking about it as one precedent. You know, everyone else is going to want to do this also if we are okay with this, and you know, the neighboring property has to live with this. They had already lived with the existing house where it was, but now you're creating a new situation in my mind.
Austin, let me ask you, how much additional linear footage is involved that encroaches into the area that is under consideration here?
I wouldn't have that offhand. Emily, would you please provide that figure?
I mean, just ballpark
extension.
You're asking for the linear foot extension of the porch from the previously approved porch or from the existing porch?
From the existing.
Give me
And I guess another question is, if you narrowed the porch 4 feet, how wide would the new porch be? Would it be unusable if you narrowed it 4 feet?
If we narrowed the porch, we would be under 10 feet. And then I believe, and I can get Austin this exact number later, but I believe we're about 4 or 5 feet beyond what the existing porch was on that side.
So it's not substantial.
Correct.
if you pulled it back to what the original was, then what's like, is your depth of your porch a good usable depth?
The existing porch was probably about 7 feet, I believe. I'd have to get Austin those exact numbers. But to be the space that the Brookers are hoping for, it wouldn't be a super useful space.
So
Yeah.
we're only talking about, an extension down that side of 4 or 5 feet.
Roughly, that's correct.
But it is.
And what's the entire run of it?
The entire porch from the house.
Well, down that side, how much encroachment is there?
I will have to check that.
Linear feet.
Austin, was
Really
the
extended
original
5 feet.
covered?
Sure, I'm getting to my floor plan to double check that for
This
you.
is really hard to do on these video things, I know.
Sure.
Was the was the original porch covered, or was it just an open porch?
I believe
I
it
believe
was.
the original. Go ahead.
I believe it was covered. Is that correct, Emily?
I believe so.
Yes.
Okay, so it literally is just a 4-foot increase of. Is the height of the new porch, is it like taller than the old porch?
We have just included that within the established roof line of the rest of the house, which I believe is the same, just about the same as the old house.
I guess knowing that it's only 4 feet and the original porch was covered, I guess I feel like it's less of a ask. Initially, I felt like you were asking for like the full length of that porch, which seemed like a good amount. I guess I feel less strongly about it being like a precedent that we're setting in that regard.
All right, any other comments? If none, do I hear a motion?
I do have a suggested motion. If you let me get to there, if you are wanting to use this as for the motion. Again, you can choose your own wording if you'd like.
Yeah, I will make that motion.
Who's making the motion?
Second, Crossland, is there a second?
Mr. Crossland, could you state the motion in full?
Yes, motion to approve 237 Middle Street for the garage, given there is precedent for accessory structures with adjoining lots in accordance with section 156.313E4, yard requirements and the harbor facing porch. Fencing is to have spacing to meet the design guidelines.
I'll second.
I will second that.
I think that was Mr. Hackenberg that seconded first. Is that correct?
No, but I will.
It was Mr. Barber.
Oh, that was Mr. Barber. Thank you. No, that's fine. Mr. Barber seconded. Thank you. All right, and are we ready for a vote?
Certainly.
Mr. Hackenberg,
Yes.
Mr. Gallagher,
Yes.
Mr. Barber,
Approved.
Mr. Crossland.
Yes.
Motion vote passed unanimously.
Emily, before you leave, just a reminder, if you could send me the revised attachment for the fencing, and I'll be able to get your COA to you in a couple days after I get that.
Absolutely. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to 202 McCants Drive. Staff?
Applicant is seeking final review for hardscaping improvements. Applicable ordinances are impervious lot coverage and on-street parking, though I will get to the on-street parking later. Applicant guidelines are sidewalks, driveways, and streets number 7 and 8. Going to staff comments, porch addition was previously approved in January 2020. This application is for associated hardscaping and new fencing. The impervious coverage is shown to be just below 40%. The on-street parking space could not receive an encroachment permit from the town and is therefore not a part of this submittal. So just making sure that you know that the on-street parking space cannot be done as it was shown in the plans. So staff's recommendation is to approve with the condition that a post-built survey be conducted to ensure the impervious surface is not above the 40%. And if so, the applicant must work with staff to get it below, and then the approval should be conditioned that the on-street parking space was not approved. So getting into, you've seen this, I think it was about 6 months ago for the addition that they were doing off the rear. So most of it is pretty much just stay the same. It's pretty much just the hardscaping that we're dealing with here. And again, this proposed on-street parking space here, it could not get an encroachment permit, so it is no longer part of the application.
Any questions of staff from the commission? Nope. Well, next hear from the applicant. Please state your name for the record, and you have 10 minutes.
Hi, my name is Katie Duncan. I'm the landscape designer on this project. Representing the clients John and Matri Laurie at 202 McCants. My company is Duncan Design Studio. The architect is Heather Wilson, and I don't know if Heather's on the call or not. She may want to speak after me if she's there. Also, would you mind putting up the site plan, please?
Yeah. You want the colored rendering?
Yeah, that'd be great. This project has come before you for the addition of a porch in the back, which was approved. It was approved under the conditions that or not conditions, but it was approved along with putting in a pervious driveway. So ripping up the existing driveway and replacing that with pervious pavers. But we were able to meet the pervious allowance without doing that. So at this time, the client would like to keep the existing driveway. And just so you know, this project, the fence is in its current location, the pool is existing, the driveway is existing, and the new addition has already been built. So what we're asking for is just to update the pool patio that you can see in the back. And we're going to get that within the allowable pervious impervious coverage, like Austin stated, and we're fine with you coming back and making sure we are within that. And then we would like to keep the existing fence in the existing location. The fence does need some repairs, and we would like to just update this fence by taking out the scalloped. Currently, the fence has this kind of curved scalloped edge, and we'd like to just straighten the top of the fence out so that the overall appearance of the fence will come down to 4 feet. Right now, the posts and scalloped edges are up higher, so the fence will just have a nice same pickets. It will have spacing between the pickets, and then it'll just have the post and pickets will just be level across the top without that scalloped edge. So we'd like to just repair the pickets that need to be replaced just because they're rotten, and then otherwise we'll just replace what's there. There's the addition of a new gate, and we'd like to do some solid wood gates like shown in that detail down there in the bottom right. And they will meet pool code, so everything is 4 feet and self-latching and all the things that we need to have to meet pool code. And I think, are there any questions? Austin, is there anything else I need to touch on? We did agree at this time because we wanted to keep that existing fence in the existing location. And that's the reason why we weren't allowed to do that parking, because we just didn't have enough width between the fence and the edge of Chico Lane. And it was more important to us just to keep the existing fence in the existing location than to ask for that on-street parking on Chico Lane.
Katie, does that conclude the applicant?
Yeah, is Heather on the line, or does she want to say anything?
I know she was invited, so Heather, if you wanted to add anything.
If not, any questions of the applicant from the commission?
Actually, can we do the public comment first? Sorry.
That comes next. Any members of the public that would like to speak on this item?
We'll just have to wait 30.
State your name and address to the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Any biters, Lynette?
There's no one waiting.
All right, any final comments from staff?
No, I didn't know if there were any questions from the commission.
I guess I'm interested in, the fence and the fact that it's existing, but over the 42 inches. I guess, like, what's the precedent for like modifying a fence that doesn't meet, the guidelines, in this situation?
Yeah, for one thing, we haven't had this issue ever come up before, and obviously it creates a burden for the pool because you have to have a 4 foot. You can't go lower than that for the pool protection. With it just being with an existing fence already there, and I believe that fencing that's currently there is something like 4.5 feet, if I remember correctly. Katie can say otherwise, though, if I'm off base with that, since they're lowering it down to the lowest possible placement and still meeting building code. Since that, again, that pool is already there.
I guess, like, does all of it have to be 48 to enclose the pool, or is there a portion of it that could be 42 and it doesn't affect the pool?
No, under building code, it has to be 48.
No, I'm saying like the fence goes all the way along and goes out to the front of the house, but you don't need all that fence to enclose the pool. Like, on the site plan, does all of the fence, like, does it return to the house anywhere?
I believe it returns to the house in front. I believe it returns up here.
Yeah.
You could add like along your new paving there, you could just add fence, and then everything out front could meet the code.
Yeah.
I mean, as a long-term solution, I feel like that's, better from from my perspective.
This is an interesting house because it is on the very sharp curve of McCants. So if you're coming from Alhambra, it's right there in the curve. So I hear what you're saying, but the idea of this fence that runs across McCants, it doesn't have that same pedestrian walkable feel on this side of the property because that's a really sharp curve. There's no sidewalk. Your front entry really is where you're going to kind of slow down, turn down Chico Alley, park and walk in on that side. This is also a very narrow lot. It appears bigger actually in this drawing than it is on site. And really for the children, the homeowner really wants to be able to include this side lawn as part of kind of their pool deck and entertaining space. I think it's very important that we're able to kind of keep this piece open as one project. And I think it's important for the privacy from the street. I don't, I think it's more continuous across McCants. And we are, like Austin said, we're lowering the fence in general all the way around.
Austin, could you show us with the pointer where the fence is that's being discussed?
Yeah, it runs along, I believe this is a portion of it, runs along the entire yard section of the property, at the very least.
Where does it return to the house on the page upside?
Just behind the oak tree at the corner of the house. So it's not there on that side, it returns there, and then on the back side, just at the back left corner.
That's just not shown.
Yeah.
Is it in the planting? Or
yeah, it is. It wraps the whole property. So the pool is existing and the fence is existing. So this has been approved at one point as the fence enclosure for that pool.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the predicament. I'm just trying to think like how the next applicant is going to, like, if they have a pool and they want a taller fence, they'll use this as like their explanation to do it. But I think since you're keeping the existing fence and just repairing it, I think that's a better situation than someone just trying to build this fence new.
Yeah, and to speak, we are, that's the whole, we were really trying hard to work with the existing fence as much as possible. And we're improving the fence in that we're lowering it down to the lowest possible height all the way around. So it is an improvement.
I mean, honestly, the amount of wood you're saving by doing this is, if you wanted to build a new fence, you would build the new fence. It's not a lot of material. I understand that you're using this as a way to get the taller fence, which I understand.
Any other comments from the board?
Staff doesn't have anything more to say.
Any from the public? If none, do I hear a motion?
Can we close the public comment?
Yes, then we'll close public comment. Okay, if no public comment, do we hear a motion?
I do have a suggested motion. That includes the language for the post-built survey as well as the on-street parking space being removed. So, but again, you can use this or your own language if you desire.
Someone like to make that motion?
I make a motion that we approve with the condition that the post-built survey be conducted to ensure impervious surface does not cross the allowed 40% mark. Otherwise, lowering the fence across the board as proposed.
I'll second that.
Did you want to mention the?
Take a roll call.
I'm sorry. Who made the motion?
Gallagly.
And who seconded? Who seconded?
Seconded by Crossland, and let's have a roll call.
And I did not hear that motion included the on-street parking. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think we should include the on-street parking language.
Okay.
It also should be conditional that the on-street parking is not approved. Oh, wait, this is not approved, and you say it is not being approved. Okay, same thing.
Yeah.
I wrote it down slightly differently.
The on-street parking had already been turned down, right?
Not approved.
By the transportation department, yes.
Right.
This was just reiterating what they had already determined.
So we're doubling down.
Okay.
All right. So we have a roll call vote.
Certainly. Mr. Barber.
Approved.
Mr. Gallagher.
Approved.
Mr. Hackenberg.
I approve.
Mr. Crossland.
Approved.
Motion passed unanimously.
Thank you.
H was already approved during consent motion, so I'll move on to item I.
Okay, 204 Live Oak Drive. Could we have staff make a presentation?
Yes, and that one is seeking final review for site improvements and new shutters. Local ordinances are in the impervious lot coverage, and the applicable guidelines are masonry exterior number 4, fences and walls number 2, 4, 5, 7, and 10, and site features number 1. An impervious surface is shown to be below the 40%. The railing for the stairs is required because there's 4 or more risers. In the past, the commission has not desired to have living fences on the harbor side of the lots. However, this lot is set back much further than the rest of the lots that are on the marsh. It's at least a few hundred feet from where the marsh begins there in Shem Creek. Also, at the height, they're only proposing this to be a height of 3 feet. So it should be well hidden behind the marsh grass. Staff's recommendation is for approval for meets the design guidelines with the condition that the railing on the stairs match elsewhere on the site if the number of risers is 4 or more. This is the survey of the property. This is the current or the site plan. Again, the new staircase would be right here. Then the other improvements, the living fence would be out here following the marsh line in the back. And then they are proposing adding this section where there's already an existing rock drive, just continuing that inward with a brick border, and then some slightly other work. Here are pictures of the home in the area. This is where the rock drive would be added. Along with where the fencing would go, the 3-foot fencing, living fence. This is where the Bahama shutters would be placed on the structure, giving you the approximate look. And then current showing what they're going to style those shutters after other homes in the neighborhood with the shutters, and then what the living fence would be constructed as. This one's on Hatterell as you're going out to the point, and then this one's on Pitt Street. Again, where the placement of the fence would be. And then that concludes the staff report. If Allison is available, I believe, Allison, are you available?
I am.
So you can start your applicant presentation whenever you'd like.
Okay, thank you. I think it's pretty self-explanatory, but I'll just add a couple of things. I'm really attempting to solve 3 problems here, and the driveway to the left is to solve a stormwater problem I've got. The water rushes off the street, and it has formed literally a gorge rush into the marsh, and we thought that a little bit of driveway would have done it, but it didn't, so this solved that problem. The fence enclosure, I have a dog, and I'm trying to keep her in from running out that busy intersection. but also to keep her out of the marsh. I've got copperheads out there, and I don't know if y'all have heard, but an alligator's been spotted on Bennett Street now, and I heard a coyote out in the marsh 2 days ago. So I'm trying to keep her in, and then the Bahama shutters are really just to provide some privacy between me and my neighbors, and they are in favor of it. So thank you.
Are you good, Allison? Is that all?
Oh, I'm sorry, I muted myself. Yes, I think that.
Perfect. Thank you.
Commissioners have any questions of the applicant?
Public comment.
Then we move on to public comment. Any members of the public that would like to speak on the item, please state your name and address to the record, and you have 3 minutes.
We do not have anyone that's waiting to speak.
Alrighty.
Linda, was that you wanting to make a comment?
I just want to concur with everything that Allison has said. The shutters are on the side of the house where she does need some privacy on that porch, and the rear fence will not be visible, that living fence from the marsh. It's really, really far away from Stone Creek. And it's getting a little crazy with wildlife. So I think she did a great job.
Okie dokie. Now we will close the public portion of the meeting, go to board deliberation if there are no further comments.
I thought we had questions for the
comments to the board.
You can state questions now too.
I guess, so I thought with the living fence, you needed to have a planting plan with it, and I did not see that.
So that's something that I need to get out of the design guidelines because you don't have purview over any vegetation. So obviously things will grow into it on their own, but since the commission doesn't have purview over any vegetation, we can't require that.
Okay, and then my other question, I guess for the applicant, would be like the erosion problem. It seems like it'd be better to solve that with planting, and it would look much better from the street as well. I kind of feel like these stone driveways, they're a maintenance nightmare trying to keep them stone, as you can kind of see in the picture that you provided. So have you considered, other options than just adding more stone?
Yes, and I can expand on that. The storm drain in front of the house is not working. And the storm drain previously actually ran under the house. You can see that second picture there where the between those two windows, it literally the pipe, the terracotta pipe, ran directly underneath the building. And of course it's stopped up now, and so this is a low point, and all the water is rushing from Bennett. I mean, there is so much trash in my yard. Planning's not going to do it, and you're really not going to see it from the street, I don't think. But yeah, planning just, you wouldn't believe. I mean, it's a gully.
I mean, I drove by it, and I feel like I can look over your little fence pretty easily. I think the stone is going to be pretty visible.
Did you happen to get out your car and see the gully?
Yeah, I mean, I see what you're talking about. I'm not sure this is the best approach, and then I don't think it's the best approach for the streetscape. And I was just asking the question if you had considered other things.
Yes, we did consider it, and we feel like this is unfortunately what it takes, but I don't think it's a bad thing, personally. But yeah, it's gonna wash the plants away, I'm afraid. It's pretty ferocious. And the picture that I took, it's much worse now than it was when I took that. There's much more of a gully.
Yeah, I mean, the picture looked like it's mostly just like sand and dirt, and of course that's going to wash. Like I get that, but I don't know. We'll deliberate it later, but I feel like there should be like a planting resolution to this.
Just pointing out that since you don't have purview over vegetation, we're just discussing non-vegetative matters. Just pointing that out.
Well, then I guess that makes my feelings a little stronger.
Any additional
I'm
comments?
fine with all the other stuff.
Any additional comments from the board? If none, do I hear a motion?
I make a motion.
Okay, John?
Yeah.
Mr. Hackenberg, if you can state what your motion is.
Yeah, I just
You
see
you
for
can use the one from the screen if you'd like.
yeah. To approve, motion to approve 204 Live Oak Drive for what it meets the design criteria with the condition that the staff is approving of the mowing.
And I would like to condition that on that the stairs match what's elsewhere on the site if the number of risers is 4 or more.
Mr. Crossland, we need a second to his motion, and then the motion could be amended.
A second.
Okay, now if you would like to amend the motion, you may.
I'd like to offer the following amendment with condition that the railing of the stairs match elsewhere on site if the number of risers is 4 or more.
Can we postpone the stone part of it?
We have a motion on the floor to approve it.
Do we have a second for the amendment? There being no second, the motion fails the amendment fails due to a lack of a second.
Okay.
As of right now, Mr. Crossland, it would just be staff approving it, so it doesn't make much difference.
Fine.
Allison would just have to show me something.
Original motion.
So.
And no, I don't have COVID. I just have a sore throat. Okay, well, let's go with the original. Let's take a roll call.
Okay. Mr. Hackenberg.
Yes.
Mr. Gallagly.
Approved.
Mr. Barber.
Not approved.
I'm sorry, that was an opposition. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yep.
Thank you. Mr. Crossland.
Yes.
Motion passes 3-1.
Okay.
Before we continue, I was just wondering if the commission would like to take a 10-minute recess over just at 2 hours right now.
Okay.
So I was just wondering, 10-minute recess.
Everybody want to take 10? Okay, let's do it.
All right.
We will reconvene at 10 after.
we can call it back to order.
Okay, I think we're at item 724 Pitt Street, J.
Applicant is seeking final review for new construction. Applicable ordinances are impervious lot coverage, yard requirements, BAR requirements, and parking requirements. Applicable guidelines are foundations number 8, roofs number 11, new construction number 1 and 2, fences and walls number 10, sidewalks, driveways, and streets number 3, 4, and 8. Demolition was approved back in February of 2019. All zoning code requirements are being met. The orientation of proposed structure on the road matches the orientation of a similar lot on 611 Royal Avenue, where it kind of faces to the side. The applicant does request encroachment into the front and rear setbacks per section 156 per yard requirements. So quick note, what you typically consider would be the sides of this property are actually the front and the rear setbacks. So that's why it's all funky. The front setback is reduced to just under 15 feet. The rear setback is reduced to just under 9 feet. With the previously approved home in 2019, the commission accepted an encroachment on the rear setback. As it was, the front setback here, again, is more of a side setback from a design standpoint in terms of what the other homes are all built to in the area. All materials appear to match the design guidelines. So staff's recommendation is for approval, and staff does recommend that the encroachment and the front and the rear, since they are more of the sides for the lot from what you would typically consider. Here's the current site survey of the property. Then we get into the pictures of the surrounding properties. There is a new, this home was just added on, this home was just added on, this home just added or rehabbed. So a lot of work going around here. Here we go to the site plan for the proposed home. Into the foundation floor plan, into the first floor plan, then to the roof, then to the elevations. They are showing at flood +2, which is the maximum. And this is in a flood zone, I may add, so they do have to elevate the structure. And then the side elevations, and then the required 3D modeling. And then to their wall sections. And then to the fence. And they did provide a schematic as new construction. They do have to do a civil engineer plan, but the town engineer will handle this portion of the project when they get to that permitting point. Where it's located, again, you can see Ben Tatum Lake is back here. They're going to be doing modern casement windows. And that concludes the staff report. If Stephanie and Sandy are available, you can start your applicant presentation. Are Stephanie or Sandy available? If you were calling in.
Yep.
Okay.
Hi,
All right.
hey. Hi, Austin. This is Stephanie Schuster. Sandy Byers is the architect, and he was going to present this, so I'll let him take that.
Sandy, are you on? Was Sandy calling in? Did he have to call in for some reason?
Yeah, he's been on since 5. Both of us have. But
I
I think.
Did he have to phone in? Sandy, if you had to phone in, hit *6 on your phone, and that'll unmute you. so that you can speak.
All right, well, I guess I will be presenting this. This is Stephanie Schuster, and I am the property owner of the lot. And we are within all the guidelines, as Austin mentioned. We are going to have full foundation underneath, and then the first story of the house is the main story. We presented to all our neighbors, and they're supportive of the build. There was a already previous approved building new construction last February, but we just changed up the design slightly. So we're going back through this process for approval on this design.
Anything else, Stephanie?
No, I'm open for any questions or comments. And the living fence is only going to be in the front of the property. There's already existing fences around the perimeter. One actually was brand new from our neighbors recently. And so we're just going to have a living fence in the front, which is the backyard of our neighbors. And it is a flag lot that sits off of Pitt Street.
Okay. Mr. Crossland, if you could just start our public comment section, and then we can bring in any phone callers if we have them.
Yeah, so are there any public comments at this time? Crickets.
Is anyone watching on YouTube?
We do not have any callers waiting in the lobby, so we do not have anyone, it looks like, for comment.
All right.
Is anyone watching this stream anymore?
We have no way of knowing whether someone's watching or not. We would assume that yes, there are people watching.
So, board questions? Anyone has one?
I guess I had a question about, they had noted like the porch as a louvered rail, and I didn't really see much detail about that. So I wasn't entirely sure what that railing is going to look like. Is there any additional detail?
Yeah, there is detail. If you can go to
Did I miss it?
There's the fence detail, but that's not for like the louvered rail.
Yep, right there. If you scroll in.
I don't really have the available feature to scroll in, but if you could describe it, that should help.
Sure. It's just a wooden slat, typical railing. It's nothing fancy or exciting. It's just, I mean, it's just aesthetically how you see it. It's just wood slat.
Is it solid, or is it like?
No, there's air in between. There's slat. There's a space in between the rails.
And then that follows down the steps, I guess.
Yes.
Or does it change to be vertical, or?
Well, at the turnaround, it is vertical, and right there, and then it goes to well, it's slanted, I guess, down the steps.
Okay. But it's all wood, it's not some other type of material.
Correct.
And then the windows have no grids or anything, they're just straight glass?
They're just straight glass, that's correct.
Austin.
Oh, there's Sandy.
Yeah, somehow I got thrown off. Go ahead. If there's anything I can answer, I'll be glad to.
Okay. Any other further questions from the commission?
Not from me. So we can move on. Now, any public comments?
I think we already did that.
We got through that. So, and I don't have any further comments. So I think we can close the public comment period if you're good.
Okay. Then we will go to board deliberation. Any comments from the board? I'm hearing nothing. So do I hear a motion?
I do have a suggested motion if that's what you'd like to use.
Certainly. Motion to approve 724 Pitt Street for meets the design guidelines and the requested encroachments meet the precedent requirements listed in yard requirements. That is the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Hey, we have a roll call.
I'm sorry, who seconded the motion?
Gene.
Gallagher.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Gallagher.
Thank you.
Gallagher.
Sorry, it started raining here, so I'm getting
okay.
some noise.
And you know, it came up and said 724 Live Oak, and that says Pitt Street. And I was confused very confused over why it changed names of the street in the middle of talking about it. So that was kind of quiet.
I apologize if I accidentally put Live Oak on one, but yeah, it's 724 Pitt Street.
Yeah. I didn't know anything about 724 Live Oak, so I was going to be quiet.
724 Live Oak would be in the middle of the harbor, so yeah.
I didn't think it existed, but
Mr. Crossland, we have a motion and a second.
Yes. Can we have a roll call?
Certainly. Mr. Barber.
Approve.
Mr. Gallagher.
approved.
Mr. Hackenberg. Mr. Hackenberg.
John, you got to turn on that mute. You got to turn on the microphone. Okay. I'm a yes.
Mr. Crossland is yes. Mr. Hackenberg.
MIA.
Did he come back after the break?
He did. I know I saw him. Mr. Hackenberg, if you'll move your mouse over the screen, that should bring up your toolbar so that you can unmute your microphone.
I guess we do have three
Still
votes.
not seeing him. Therefore, I'm going to note him as abstaining. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to 208 McCormick Street.
All right, another new construction, including a pool and a garage. So applicable ordinances, impervious lot coverage, yard requirements, accessory building limitations, building area ratio requirement, and parking requirements. Applicable guidelines and foundations, number 8, roofs, number 11, garages and accessory buildings, number 3 and 5, new construction.
But next time we have a vote, we need them on.
Okay. New construction number 1 and 2, sidewalks, driveways, and streets, number 3, 4, 8, and 9. Site features number 3, and decks and pools number 4. Commission
so.
approved.
All right.
We ought to be good.
Okay. The commission approved the demolition of a shed on the property in February this year. Application appears to meet all the zoning code requirements.
Why is this?
I don't understand what you're saying. I mean, if it's unmuted, isn't it on?
Yeah, we can hear you, so you're good. You're
Okay.
good. Yep. All right.
Sometimes it's on and sometimes it's off.
Okay, well, just don't touch this. And then
I know
that.
that. I know that.
Okay.
So we're hearing your
Hold on.
discussion. If you could just leave it alone, and we're good. We're good. All right.
Mr. Hackenberg, there's occasions where your mic gets muted because we're getting a lot of background noise. So you'll just need to kind of watch it. And if you notice that it does get muted, then you'll just need to unmute when you're ready to speak.
Okay.
All right. So applicant is requesting a front yard setback encroachment per yard requirements. This is be a reduction from 25 feet down to 20. Applicant is requesting this for it's in line with the setback of the restrooms that are in the adjacent Alhambra playground. Yard requirement states that you do have to take in consideration the adjacent properties and the overall character of the streetscape and district. Applicant is preserving the obelisk fence post that existed along the roadway for reuse along the shared property line with the mother parcel on Pitt Street. These are part of the historic character that was on the original parcel. So going to the staff recommendation. Staff recommends approval for the application for it appears to comply with all the design guidelines, and there is precedent for the front setback encroachment. Staff does recommend a condition for that post-built survey to make sure that the impervious surface maximum is below the 40%. So moving along, just for further bearings, when I say the mother parcel, this all used to be one parcel, and then I believe in the 70s or somewhere they split it. This is the historic home that was the original on the parcel, so this is the new construction that'll be happening. Going to the 3D model, then to the first floor plan, then to the second floor plan, to the elevations, and then to the wall sections, then to the foundation plan, and then the roof plan. These are the plans for the garage, and then the plans for the reuse of the obelisk, and then for the doors and windows. And then Brian, thank you for listening. That concludes the staff comments, and you can start your applicant comments.
Yes, so this is Brian Maiden. I'm currently residing at 753 Pitt Street, what Austin referred to as the mother parcel. Very excited and appreciate the commission staff's effort in this climate. I think you guys have done a great job with this meeting. I know you got a big load to take care of. If you're familiar with the property in its current state, you'll appreciate this request for final review of new construction. Again, Austin said it's a primary home, a pool, and a detached garage. We've already been approved for tree removal, which is important for the pool and the rear porch area, as well as shed demolition in that same area. This proposal includes input from Linda Balzac, as well as several designers experienced with the historic district. So we've really put every effort into creating a new home. We respect its proximity to Alhambra and central location within the existing neighborhood. And we really want this to be a project that complements the neighborhood. So that's why we've consulted with many people familiar with the area. This proposal is in keeping with height and materials of surrounding structures, both historic and new. It's kind of a unique area in the neighborhood. where the mother parcel that I live in currently, we've renovated as a historic home. And so it's important that it fills in well in the area. And I think we've done that. This proposal is compliant with all of the guidelines for the historic district, with the exception of the front setback. Like Austin said, it's with the consideration of the neighboring properties. The Alhambra restroom is very close to it. It would actually be a little bit more forward towards the road than what we've proposed for this residence, as well as across the street. One other element that I think is important is that this lot is the exact size for compliant setbacks. If it was actually 1 square foot less, it would be a non-compliant lot, and this would be a compliant request. Like a property talked about earlier, you get a 20% reduction in non-compliant lots. So again, if this was 1 square foot less, this would be a completely compliant request. So I hope we can get your support with that. Again, with neighboring structures, I think it'll be more contributing as proposed. So with that being said, I'll open it to you guys. I'd request commission support, and I really appreciate staff support on this proposal. That's all from me.
Okay. Mr. Crossland, if you could open up public comment, and then we'll wait a minute for any phone calls.
I'm sorry, I didn't have my mic on. Any members of the public would like to speak on this item? Any public comment? If so, you have 3 minutes.
Hey, this is Linda Balzac. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. I just want to say I worked with Brian on this. He was really trying to pull up an awesome job within the setbacks and everything, and he has accomplished that. And as far as all the houses nearby on the other side of the street, he's asking for the front yard setback as well within the required board guidelines. It looks beautiful, Brian. I'm done.
Okay. Any other public comment? Now close the public portion of the meeting, go to board deliberation. Any comments from the board? Corey?
We can have questions as well. So
Yeah, this is a question time. I'm just trying to confirm this. You're using the little tiny bathroom on Alhambra Hall to set your precedent instead of like the adjacent house that's like way off of McCormick. Like that just seems a little out of hand to me. And then was there any drainage issue or requirement on this property, Austin?
Oh, well, the commission doesn't have review over drainage, but since it is new construction, it does require a civil engineer plan, but that'll be handled by the engineering division of the town when it comes time for their permitting.
Okay.
Was the question about setbacks directed to me or to staff?
Well, I'm just asking if you're using the little tiny bathroom as your gateway to pulling the setback 5 more feet.
Well, so my response to that would be technically the neighboring property is a Pitt Street address. So if we wanted, going by the guidelines, we could be within 6 feet of the property setback for an accessory structure on that lot. Not saying that we would do that, but that would align with the structure at Alhambra. I'm also using, and that was because that's the only existing structure on that side of the street, that's what I'm using as my basis. But across the street, all those properties are located very close to the front setback as well.
Well, they're much smaller lots that aren't conforming.
But again, that was my point. This lot is the exact conforming size. If it was literally half a square foot smaller, it would be also a non-conforming lot by the guidelines, and this would not be a request for encroachment.
I guess that leads to just another question. Like when was this lot subdivided? How long ago?
I don't know if I can answer that question completely accurately, but we do have a survey from the late 70s or early 80s that defines the current boundaries. So it's been at least 40 years.
Yeah, I guess I just wanted to see like if you had subdivided it or not.
No,
it was. I can confirm it was done. I believe late 70s, somewhere in there. So it predates me. So,
I mean, you own both properties, so conceivably you could move the property line and get your setback.
I currently do not own both properties. So I own the mother property, and we are under contract to purchase the current junkyard, if you will.
But
I'll clarify for the record, the cars that occupy the current lot are not mine.
And they are, I'll just add from staff that they are both conforming lots. So there's no need to move any property lines from staff.
Yeah, I mean, I get the point about like if it were smaller, but like you got what you got. Can't change that.
That's fair enough. And I'm trying to stay within the rules and the guidelines here. From a district preservation perspective, I would strongly encourage the commission to consider what they want more prominent, a accessory bathroom or a structure that we're really trying to have control. No offense, Linda, I know you designed the bathroom. But she would also like this to be have a little more presence as well.
Oh gosh, yes.
I don't think you're going to be competing with the bathroom. The bathroom's so small.
There is one, if I may interject, because I did help on this project, the rules that we have in our zoning ordinance say that you must respect the neighborhood fabric, and that includes houses across the street. And there are 3 houses across the street from this structure on McCormick that are closer to the road. The one directly across the street, it's their side property line. It's a very small lot, and it's very close to the street, as is the little gray house that Michael Robertson used to live in, as well as the one on the corner down at Alhambra Hall, the other end at Middle Street, so that it complies with the fabric of the surrounding neighborhood houses. That sound okay?
Okay, any other comments of the board or otherwise?
I mean, what hardship would it give you to like just follow the setback?
The main thing that this provides is the off-street parking and the location of the accessory structure that has become important to the commission. And there's lots of alternatives to alter the design, but this is a requirement that's fairly new to the district, and we're trying to be very, very sensitive to that. Again, I don't feel like this is a huge request. I mean, it's very similar to the streetscape that the commission desires. And again, being the property owner next door, I'll say, first of all, I support it as proposed. But we could have a conforming accessory structure on the Pitt Street lot that further supports this request.
Well, I think the accessory structure on Pitt Street, you'd have to respect your neighboring house, which is what you're setting here. So you're setting up the scenario where you can build that accessory on the Pitt Street side at 20 feet and not 25 feet.
Because that's a side setback, it would be 6 feet. That's my point.
I don't think so, Austin. Can you?
It's kind of particular. So if for accessory structure setbacks, if there was a main home on McCormick Street, on this side of McCormick Street, facing on this side, they would have to conform with the full 25-foot setback off of McCormick. Since there currently is not a main home facing McCormick Street on this side, they would be able to, under just the normal circumstances of the zoning setbacks, go to 6 feet. However, of course, if under commission review, the commission could push back that setback for any accessory structure further back to what they would consider to be appropriate. Just going along with here, because technically the restroom is for lack of better terms, the primary structure on the playground, and especially given the fact that you already have the homes across the street that are close up against the road, the precedent has been set.
And again, I'd strongly urge you guys to consider that aside from the technical guidelines of the town, this is a very contributing position for this house. It's based on precedents of both historic houses across the street and new construction. It will blend more than stand out because of that consistency rather than the guideline itself.
Well, I would like to say that you've done a wonderful restoration job of the home that you're residing in. And I appreciate the fact that you sodded this lot that will be under construction. I assume you sodded it. Is that correct?
So to clarify, the sod, that's always going to be yard. This proposed construction is adjacent to the Alhambra playground and where the cars currently are. The sod yard belongs to the historic structure, and that's where we were talking about theoretically we could put an accessory structure. Not the intent, but the intent is that street corner is how it's going to be until there's a future owner, and that we will just continue to add to the neighborhood next to it, between that sod area and the playground.
Okay, I know where that is. Okay.
But I appreciate the compliment
about the configuration here. Sorry.
So I guess I'm still confused. You don't own both of them. You live in the one, but are you moving to this one? Or is this just going to be sold?
So the previous property owners, we tried to buy just the lot that's under discussion here. And they wanted to do it as a package deal. So we had renovated some properties in the neighborhood previously, including historic. And we liked the story of that house. We were very happy to be able to preserve it. And so now it's time for the next one. But the intent is that my family would move into this proposed project. It's designed for my family along with the neighborhood.
Got it.
And what is the size of the lot, this lot?
It's 8,000 square foot. It's minimum conforming.
What's that, 0.17, 0.18?
Correct. 0.17, I believe.
All right. Well, are we ready to?
Could you close the public comment?
Any
Public
other
comment has already been closed.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Are there any motions here? Would somebody be willing to make a motion?
I have a suggested motion if taking into account what staff comments were, if this is their language that you would like.
I would like to make a motion to approve 208 McCormick Street for it appears to meet the design guidelines and front setback encroachment has been required precedent for yard requirements, precedent to yard requirements. Approval is conditional that a post-built survey be conducted to ensure impervious surface maximum is complying, and I'm sure that will be the case.
Yes, and I will second that, and would we like to have a roll call? Wait for that roll call.
Who made the motion?
Gene Gallagher.
I can't approve my own motion.
And Mr. Crossland, you seconded, correct?
I seconded.
Thank you. Mr. Barber?
Approved.
Mr. Gallagher?
Approved.
Mr. Hackenberg?
Approved.
Mr. Crossland?
Yes, approved.
Motion passed unanimously.
Thank you all for your support.
Okay, we are passing through Live Oak Drive because it has been withdrawn. Moving on to 231 Bennett Street, the historic property. Staff report, please.
Just to make sure, this is a preliminary comment, so there will be no vote tonight. This is just basically for comment period for the applicant.
Right.
Is for home rehab, additions, accessory shed, and some site improvements. So applicable ordinances are impervious lot coverage, accessory building limitations, BAR requirement, historic buildings, and parking requirements. Applicable guidelines are foundations number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 7. Masonry exterior 1, 3, and 4. Wood exterior number 1, 4, and 6. Doors and windows number 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6. Roofs number 1, 3, 4, 5, and 8. Porches and stoops number 1, 3, and 4. Garages and accessory buildings number 3 and number 5. Additions number 1 through 4. Sidewalks, driveways, and streets 3, 4, 8. And site features number 3. The application appears to conform with all of the zoning code requirements. The parking is only showing 3, though the commission can approve it at the 3. Technically it needs 4. The commission can declare conforming at 3 because we are dealing with a historic site. The commission should consider the historical appropriateness of the new dormers on both sides of the historic home. While these are not on the front facade, they would be visible from Bennett Street. The commission should also consider the movement of some of the windows and the sides of the home closer to the rear in terms of appropriateness to doors and windows number 4. At final review, the commission can declare the 3 that should be parking spaces, not parking, not country here, as conforming due to historic designation of the structure as provided in section 156.313 F4 historic buildings. may be considered conforming with respect to any height, setback, yard, area, or other dimension found by the HDPC to be of historic significance. Again, as this is a preliminary request, there is no staff recommendation. Here's showing that where the FEMA flood is not in a flood zone, and below is one of the Sanborn maps showing what the site existed. I believe that's from the 1924 Sanborn map. Here's the existing plat of this property as well as the adjacent properties. They're currently in negotiations to basically have an easement over the rear of the property because this was actually the shed for this property. But that's neither here nor there really for this request. All right, so the current layout of the property. We go to the proposed layout. They would add their own shed here, as well as some additions off the rear and this patio-like feature here, as well as parking. Current home, and then you see what the proposed home layout and then the homes on either side. Most of the homes on Bennett Street are historic for reference. We just get a good idea of what the plans would be. Again, the dormers going out the roof, they're not raising the roof at any portion, but they are proposing dormers to have light and accessibility for this larger dormer and these three small ones off that roof. And you can see that this would be from the front on Bennett Street as you look, so you'd be able to, those dormers would not be on the front of the building, but they would be somewhat visible as opposed to currently where they don't exist. Get the other elevations of the home. And this is where staff, again, noting the window movements, they occur in the rear. I'm not exactly sure how much of this side rear is actually original to the home. There were previous additions that, as you could, if you go back and forth between the current site plan and the Sanborn map, there are some additions off the rear here. But any windows that they are proposing to move, they are going to reuse. So to make sure that's known. The elevations for the proposed shed. And then we get into the 3D modeling. And then that concludes the staff report. If Ross and Steve are available, you guys are ready to start your applicant.
All right. Well, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Well, yeah, good evening, board and staff, and thank you for your time and patience throughout this whole evening. I'm Ross Ritchie of Loyal Architects, and I'm presenting on behalf of Steve and Elizabeth Midhour, and who've they've lived at on Hibben Street for the last 20-some years, and they're ready to kind of embark on the new adventure to, take on another historic home and revitalize this little treasure that sits up on Bennett Street, and just say it's the home has been vacant for quite some time, and there really hasn't been any updating to it, and who knows how long, and which is kind of good in a way that it still has a lot of its good bones intact. And so really the project as a whole is really a revitalization and restoration of the windows and a lot of the doors. We want to keep the siding intact, but there's we got to put in insulation and redo the wiring. So it's really a big job to kind of bring this up to kind of modern standings, but it's still, we want it to act as an old home and live as an old home. We don't want to fix it up too much so it loses its historic character. And that being said, let's say, yeah, they want to.
If you want me to go to, and I can always scroll back to them.
Okay. Well, yeah, just in general, a lot of the exterior will be pretty much repaired and restored. Yeah, you can flip through some of those. We're gonna, take out the screen porch and put back in the historic railing and try to keep as much as we can historic on it, and restore all the windows. And we're moving some in the back, which is kind of the latest additions on the house, and restructuring some of that roof back there because it's pretty low and has the lines in CAD make it straight, but it's really wavy back there. It's just a lot of just damage over the years that we're gonna have to kind of rebuild, which is part of the demolition. That's kind of a rebuild and replace. But yeah, we're adding a small terrace off the back corner of kind of that's the living room area, and right there, which kind of lifts us over. And that corner of that living room is where we're kind of moving some of the windows, which we've been studying those windows. That actually has the view down to the harbor. And we are moving the kind of the stairs down from the porch, which right now it's just like a concrete stair that comes straight down and has iron rails. That none of it's historic, so we're moving it to the front to really embrace the street, and kind of matching those railing patterns. But I don't know if Steve's on, but I know they've talked to a lot of the neighbors who've all been kind of excited about it. So if there's, I guess, any questions on it, or I'm happy to answer. So, or I can address the dormers if you like first. I'll do that. The dormers, we are going up to the second floor into the attic, and so as Austin mentioned, it's they're about as small as they can be, and they're lifted up off the original eave, so they're not these massive things that disrupt the original massing of the roof. So they're more of a subordinate structure and pieces on that roof. And we are removing some of the some flues that were put in, metal flues, and really cleaning up that roof and putting in a new kind of stucco masonry chimney towards the back. But we're just trying to make it as delicate and as small and compact and kind of historic detailing as much as we can. So, I guess.
All right. Do we have any public comments?
We have no one waiting.
Okay. How about from the staff or the commission?
I guess we can talk about the parking real quick because that was staff's main concern. Staff report says there's 4 parking spots required for this relatively small house.
Yes, I think they crossed the 3,500 mark for the BAR, so that technically requires 4. However, because it's a historic structure, you can declare it conforming at 3.
Okay.
At final review, so not now, but later on.
So you said with the porch and everything, it's 3,500 square feet?
Let's see. Just a second. If I put it in there.
Yeah, 36.
The parking based on BAR, not the actual condition space.
Yes, it includes the porch space. So even the porch space contributes towards your park and could end up contributing towards needing further parking.
I mean, I think that kind of leads me to believe that 3 is fine, just based on the size of the house. It doesn't look like it needs 4 spots.
Exactly. But again, this can be taken care of at the final review. So.
I mean, I generally, I guess my general comment is I really like what they did with it. My only comment might be like, it's hard to tell, but like the dormers seem like they should start slightly off of the peak of the roof, but it looks like they're like right at the peak of the roof.
Yeah, they're going to end up being probably like 6 inches down from the peak of the roof. They're pretty tight to it, but right off the. We definitely don't want it to be right on the roof. We want it to be a little bit below.
Gotcha. Yeah, I think it always looks kind of weird when it's like right aligned.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Ross, long time.
Yeah, good to see you.
I think these are wonderful improvements, historically appropriate, very sensitive. As always, you do good stuff.
Thank you.
We look forward to seeing the final submission.
Good deal. Thanks.
All righty. Any other comments? Well, since there's no voting to do here, we will move on to the next item, which is 829 Pitt Street.
All right, so 829 Pitt Street is proposing a new home and accessory pool. And before I begin into the staff report, just a quick reminder, due to all the correspondence that we've received, I know that there is objection due to the drainage issues on this lot, but I just want to reiterate that this commission does not have purview over drainage, and drainage will be handled wholesomely and only by the engineering division of the planning department in terms of permitting. So the commission just has purview over the design appropriateness of the structure in the pool. So getting into the applicable ordinances, includes impervious lot coverage, accessory building limitations, BIR requirement, and parking requirements. Applicable guidelines are foundations number 8, roofs number 11, new construction number 1 and 2, sidewalks, driveways, and streets number 3, 4, and 9, and decks and pools number 4. Application appears to conform with all of the zoning code requirements. The home in front at 827 Pitt Street is historic, but this home is low enough that it should not overtop it. Also, 827 Pitt Street is actually they have an application coming before you on Monday that will increase the height in that home about, I think, 2 feet it was, due to needing to meet flood requirements. The design of the home appears to conform with the design guidelines, and the home uses elements of historic structures without being a copy. It does appear fencing will be used on the site, but it was not provided. Staff recommends approval for the design appears to meet the design guidelines, with the condition that staff approve the fencing as long as it meets the design guidelines as well. Getting into the submission, it is a flag lot. Again, so 827 Pitt Street was up here. Again, this used to be all one lot, but somewhere in the in the 70s, it got split as a flag lot. So this is the current condition that we have to deal with. View from the right of way, here's where the flag lot would enter into the rear of that property. And this gives you schematic about the approximate building area location. Here's what the lot would look like with the home and pool upon it. Driveway. And the appropriate hardscaping materials. Let me get into the home itself. And then to the roof plan, and then to the elevations. into the wall sections and the 3D models. And I would just mention that with the proposed additions for the home in front of it, this home would actually be less visible from the street, for they do have proposed additions off of the sides. So just giving you a heads up on that future submittal. And that concludes the staff report. If Heather is available, you can start your applicant presentation. Heather, I could barely hear you. I heard you speaking though.
Uh-oh.
Be able to raise that up? I can barely hear you. We can barely hear you. It's almost like you're screaming from a mile away or something like that. Heather, if you can't make it work from your computer, why don't you call in and we'll let you in through that way? And I can give you here's the number and the information to do that. And that will hopefully solve it. We can get you in, be able to speak.
Is that better?
Oh, there you go. Yeah, that's much
Hello?
better. Yes, we can hear you.
Hello?
Yes, we hear you. She can't hear us for some reason, apparently.
Hang on, it might be that she's
How do I get up?
meeting. How about now, Heather? Can you try again? Heather, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
There we go. Now we're cooking.
Okay. Or not.
What is the phone? How do I make the phone work? I'm still using my computer, but I'm
So,
also
Heather-
connected on my phone.
We can
Heather,
hear.
if you're calling in on the 814 number, you just need to hit *6.
Is that
There you go.
okay? You can hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. Sorry about that.
Now, if you can just turn your speaker down on your computer, we won't get that way we won't get the feedback.
Okay. How's that?
Still getting.
I'm muted on my computer. Is that better?
Much better.
There we go.
Okay. Sorry about that. Okay, so I'm Heather Wilson, and I'm representing Peter Milanes, who's currently an Old Village resident on Wilden Street, and he purchased this lot and is building this house for himself and his family. And I think, Austin, maybe the best is the 3D model, if you don't mind, at the end of the package.
This one?
Yeah, either one is fine, really. I just kind of wanted to point out that there's a very large oak tree that basically is dead ahead of the driveway. So as you pull down the lot, there's a very large tree that's, 50 inches or so in the front. And so that really started to dictate what we did with the house, and that there's not truly a front, but you will catch a glimpse of the house from Pitt Street. So we wanted to address Pitt Street, but then also address the tree, and really that's their yard, because that tree is what pushed the house all the way back to what I'll call the rear, which is what abuts the houses on Middle Street, the rear of the houses on Middle Street. And then they tried to create a small, want to put in a small pool and garden area on that back corner. The other challenge was parking, because they didn't want to fill up the drive with cars, nor did they want to park under that tree to compromise the root system. And also just visually, as you look down the drive, they didn't want to see, all the cars. So that is why we came up with the pass-through carport as a way to get a car back behind the house and also one park under there. It also allowed us to get in a second floor, a guest room, but keep the roof line lower, since it was able to be a lower roof line to accommodate cars, and then a guest room, kind of like an attached garage, but we didn't want that look. So the materials, they do want to do some painted brick and lap siding, but painted the same color, just for a little bit of texture. And he wanted to do the bay window in the front with the big windows facing that large tree. And there you can see the tree there. And I think that's really it. We're totally compliant. He wanted to not ask for any special exceptions, and he has already engaged a civil engineer. So the water and drainage is being handled on site, and that's something that he's working with the town, as well as the civil engineer and landscape architect. So I think with that, I'll just turn it over to any questions that you may have.
All right. Any queries?
It should be public comment first, if there's anybody listening.
Go ahead.
We might have some calls in due to the correspondence that we received.
Yes, if there's any public comment, please proceed.
We do have a couple. I'm letting them in now.
All right.
Okay.
If you would like to speak, if you'll just hit *6 and give us your name and address for the record.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, hello?
Please state your name and your address, and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, my name is Jeff Kirkland. I live at 817 Pitt Street, which is the residence which borders this property. Austin, would you pull up page number 28 of 48 of the submission?
You'll have to point me out to that. The pages aren't numbered once we get into.
Well, okay, on my screen they are. It's the one that's showing the footprint, showing the detention area pools. Okay.
I'm not sure. I don't believe I included the drainage components in here, since it's not under their purview.
Okay. Well, getting to the point. On the map, once it does come up, you'll see that there is my garage workshop is in the back left-hand corner of my property on 817 Pitt. Where the pool is, the proposed pool, is in the lower part of this property. Up in about where the driveway turns is about 9 feet high. Down here is like 7.5 to 8. So basically, this area down adjacent to my garage and the end of his pool is where the lowest point of the funnel, so to speak. This lot kind of funnels back to that corner. The two detention areas are basically on higher ground, and it seems that they should be, or something should be, as a catch basin down that end. Now, I realize that this is in flood zone 13, and that this committee does not have purview over drainage. The town engineer is working on that. In fact, the town engineer has gone in and hired outside help to get this water mitigation resolved. Okay, and what I would ask the committee would be to defer the approval for the pool, because the pool is going to create spill-off rather than absorption. And underneath the detention area here is where the 2 parking pads. So if those are semi-pervious stone, that's not going to be grass. It's going to create more runoff and funnel more water down into this back right-hand corner. On April 23rd, we had a 2-hour flash rainstorm. I literally had 16 inches of water in my garage workshop. I think that maybe a member of the committee may have actually been witness to the aftermath of the cleanup. Now, granted, this lot did not create all that, but they contributed to it. To the left over here is Dr. Dubé's property, which faces Middle Street, and then Mr. McLean's property faces Middle Street.
Mr. Kirkland, you've hit your 3 minutes, so we need to move on.
Okay.
I apologize.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Is there any additional comment from the public or the commission?
Yes, this is Lowell Gross at 833 Pitt Street.
Hello.
Hello? Hello?
We can hear you.
Hello.
Yes. Hello. I'd like to just talk about, because I know the water mitigation system is under different purview, the live oak that sits adjacent to my property and where the house residence sits. The branches themselves, the canopy of the tree is about 45 feet from the edge, from where it sticks out. And I'm not sure what the tree protection zone is. And from other comments I've heard during these other applicants, where does that sit with the placement of this home?
Well, Eddie Barnett is the guy who would be in charge of those determinations. He's the tree guy.
So, but the question then says, where the placement of his residence is, does that meet the actual, with the canopy of the tree, is that going to be an issue? I believe there's probably a 30-foot perimeter, which it looks like a portion of the house just falls within it. But the actual canopy sits out about 45 feet.
So two things here. The commission does not have purview over any vegetation, including protected tree or historic trees. That is handled by staff. And two, all you can do right now is just mention comments, but the commission does not have to answer any questions directed at them. This isn't question and answer time. So just pointing that out.
Okay, thank you. And I agree with Jeff Kirkland about ensuring all these are met prior to any final approvals. Thank you.
Any additional comments or questions?
I have a personal comment. Linda Balazak still online here, and I understand that the design gets approved first, but there's been a number of situations around the town in the past where tree mediation or mitigation and protecting them and dealing with the flood zone hasn't always worked out. So I understand that you're just here to approve the design, but I think that there has to be a very, very, very serious structured system to make sure that the drainage works and the tree is protected. That's a big tree right there, and it's spectacular. And this is a very, very low point in 7 surrounding houses. So it just needs to be addressed carefully. And I understand that's with staff, and I will talk to staff at town, but this is a very precarious lot. And that's all I have to say.
Yeah, there are people who deal with, all the drainage issues and the tree issues and those things. And we are very sympathetic to that, but that's not us.
I understand, but it must every element of this house needs to pull together: design, tree protection, and drainage. And you can't assume that they are 3 separate entities. They must all blend together and work together.
Oh, I agree.
Can I address that?
Yes, Heather.
Well, I mean,
No,
just
I'm sorry, this is the comment period.
Sorry.
Can we wait for public comment to end
Sure.
before any rebuttal?
you.
Yeah, of course.
Has public comment ended?
This is Brian Maiden. I'd like to make a comment.
Mr. Maiden?
This is Brian Maiden from 753 Pitt Street. The application that I went through this evening, I was told in my initial application that a site plan and tree removal had to be approved prior to my application for new construction. So I'm curious when that changed or what might be different in the two applications.
I can address that after public comment's done.
That's fair.
Any other public comment?
There's no one
Okay,
else
final
waiting in the lobby.
comment from staff.
All right, so yeah, let me get to that so everyone's seeing the same thing. All right, so let me just do the rebuttal first. Or do you want to do questions first from the board?
Are there any questions from the board
Then we can do the rebuttals after.
or comments?
Yes, I have a question.
Yeah.
What is the size? What is the size of that lot?
It is. I don't have it offhand. Let me see what we can find. I know it's well. I believe it's over 10,000 square feet. When you include the pole portion of the flagpole. However, it is still a non-conforming lot because it is a flagpole lot.
Okay, well, isn't a pool considered non-pervious?
Hey, Austin, how's the
10.
parking being met? I'm not really seeing, I mean, do they need 3 spots? Is that what they need?
Yes, and they
Like,
have
to me, it just,
3 spots. They have more than enough room for 3 spots. Yes.
okay, so there's no consideration about like how the 3 cars can get in and out. I mean, it's
Technically,
like,
technically under the zoning code provision, all you have to do is provide enough room for 3 parking spaces. You do not have to take into consideration how they move about on the property.
okay. And then the other question I had, you mentioned painted brick. I thought painted brick wasn't like allowed anymore.
We have not passed any design guidelines yet. Later tonight, however, this would be a non-historic home, and therefore you could paint your brick, according to what we might pass later on. But we'll get into that later. Any other questions?
Postponed.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I asked a question and I didn't get an answer. Isn't a pool considered an impervious?
It is.
Okay, so the pool, the house, and all the other things that go with that. I guess the driveway is all of a pervious substance. I just can't imagine how a lot that small can only have 35% of its pervious. It looks to me like it's at least 50%.
So it's a little different because this right here contributes towards the square footage. So it is over 10,000 square feet. It's just that this back portion is probably the vast majority is probably 8,000 square feet, probably, if I had to guess. But this contributes towards any figures for BAR, impervious coverage, everything. But the driveway is shown as a pervious material, so it doesn't contribute towards the impervious amount.
Austin, I didn't hear your answer to the brick question. I think my connection was failing.
Oh, sorry. So we have not changed the design guidelines for painted brick. However, as we'll go over basically here in a few minutes, as a non-contributing home, as it would be automatically since it's new, they would be allowed to paint their brick. It's historic structures that wouldn't be able to.
Okay, and then it seems like they don't have very much porch. Like, how are they meeting the porch requirement?
Heather might be able to best answer that.
Like, there's a tiny little.
So there's a porch on the back, and then there's a porch on an entry porch. So there's 2 covered porches. I mean, I understand that the house might look a little bit large in that site, but I mean, it's only got 1,500 heated square feet in the first floor. It's just not a very big house, and that porch is between the porch on the 2 side porches add up to 316 square feet.
I thought the porch had to be like a street-facing porch to meet the requirement. No,
there's a requirement for that.
Yeah.
Like it could entirely be on the back of the house.
It could be, yes. It's just that the total has to equal at least 10% of the BAR. That's the only requirement.
Okay. I mean, I always felt like the intent of that requirement is that you had like a street-facing covered porch, and I feel like this design doesn't really fit in that respect.
Well, doesn't really have a street facade. So I think that I would not ordinarily do such a small porch if it really had a street as part of a streetscape. But I think, as you can see from some of the earlier pictures, you're really not going to see this house from the street.
Yeah, I mean, the person in front though is going to look back on it and see it, and they wanted to.
Well, that would suggest though that you should have a porch on the back for the people behind you. So I'm not sure that's a fair qualifier. We're trying to address, a lot of sides. I mean, arguably, because it's tucked back in here, it's got 3 faces. I mean, I didn't hear the same comment about the house. This is a similar situation to what you just approved on Pitt Street and that flag lot.
That one had a bunch of porch. I don't know. I mean, my instinct is that like the porch doesn't feel right, but
Were there any other questions? All right, so going to the just want to address the comments from before. So again, with any drainage, that's going to be handled by staff, for staff, at the appropriate time when it comes towards permitting. In terms of the one point about the trees being removed now, or being approved to be removed now, as opposed to after the commission review, we went through a systematic change in terms of how homes are permitted. At one time, it was trees that were proposed to be removed were all done after. Then we went to before with the home. Well, a few months ago, we switched it back to after. So unfortunately, Mr. Maiden, you got caught in the middle. And that's where that discrepancy is. So I just wanted to clear that up. And I believe that controls any staff, any points that need to be addressed by staff. I don't know if Heather had any other things that needed to be addressed.
Sure. Thank you. I think am I reverberating? I can't really tell on the.
We can hear you.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I think my biggest point is just that there is a lot of pressure on this lot and a lot of things to address. And so just, to Linda's point that everything needs to come together and design not ahead of the other issues. I think I would say that we actually thought about that tree and drainage and vehicular conditions as a primary issue when we were trying to design the house, because we didn't want to clutter up the view with cars from Pitt Street. We wanted to stay away from that tree as much as we could, and we have met with arborists on site. And we did engage with the civil engineer from the get-go so that pervious parking at the lower part on the back side facing the back of Middle Street is all a retention area, so that we would be addressing that. So I think it's not that we're thinking about this as design first and problem solving second, but rather that we were thinking of the design as a solution to what we knew was a problematic site. And I think, we are compliant. We're not asking for any special requests. We're within the setbacks. We're within the lot coverage. We've met our porch requirements. So I just ask that you, respectfully, that you keep that in mind too.
All right. Any additional commentary? If none, do I hear a motion?
Could you close the public comment just to make sure it's closed?
Okay. Then, being there no additional public commentary, that is closed.
Well, I have just a procedural question for Austin.
Mm-hmm.
Can our commission, even though we're not deciding on drainage or trees, can we delay our decision until we hear that stuff cleared?
No, because that would be you taking those issues into consideration. Your decision has to be completely devoid of those considerations because those are purely at staff level.
I'm just worried that the tree guy and the drainage guy hears that we approved it and it makes it be less critical,
Yeah, I totally get that. So if it doesn't matter if you approve this and it goes to our town engineer and he figures out that none of this works out, that things have to be completely redone and the home has to be redesigned because of it, it gets sent back to the commission. He won't take your approval for consideration. He has to take it for does it work or not. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. And redesign would have to occur and it would have to come back to the commission at a later time. So he'll take it, for a grain of salt, for lack of better terms. But just it's not the first time that we've had an issue, tree issue. Heather probably remembers the one on Carr Street that we had a tree issue on that sent it back to the commission once or twice back a couple years ago when she was on the commission. So it's not the first time things have had to go back to the commission for redesigning because of tree factors or for drainage factors. And if that's the case here, that'll just be the case and we'll have to deal with that at the appropriate time.
All right, are we ready for motion? Anybody want to make a motion?
I motion that we approve it under the condition that they look at the porch again, because I feel like that porch is just too small.
Yeah, but it's within the guidelines, and so we have to have a citation in order to make that qualification. Austin, is that correct?
I mean, you should base any motion off of what's in the design guidelines. Especially something considering it as a home, a major change for porch, it should be based off the design guidelines. So Yeah.
Yeah, on that basis, I don't think we can say that. I think we have to say that it complies. And I would make the recommendation that we approve 829 5th Street as it appears to meet the design guidelines, with the condition that staff approves the fencing, as long as it meets the guidelines as well as suggested by staff. Is there a second? Is there anybody who would like to wake up?
John and Jean, I don't know if your mics went on mute. We haven't heard from you in a little bit, so would you be able to check that?
You've been hearing from me. I so many things wrong with this lot, and there's so much uproar on it. I don't know how I need to recuse myself, I guess.
If there's no second, the motion would fail for lack of a second. Do we have a second?
I make a second.
Okay.
Oh, was that Mr. Hackenberg?
It is.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, now you can deliberate.
Maybe have a roll call.
I can. It's for a motion to approve with the condition that the fencing is approved by staff as long as it meets the guidelines. Mr. Barber.
No vote.
Mr. Gallagly.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the previous vote.
The motion is for approval with the condition that the fencing is approved by staff, meeting all the guidelines.
I understand that. What was the first person that voted? What was the vote?
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Barber voted no.
I vote no.
Mr. Gallagly votes no. Mr. Hackenberg.
Yes.
Mr. Hackenberg votes yes. Mr. Crossland?
Yes.
Motion fails on a tie vote 2-2.
All right. Okay.
So in the instance of a tie, you need to determine if you could, excuse me, make a motion. Is that correct?
Yeah, you can see if you can resolve with a further motion to approve or deny. See if you can break the tie.
Can you show us the wording? Austin, can you show us the wording on the porch? I just feel like the intent of that guideline is for like the street side of the house, but I can't find, I'm looking for the porch.
All right, let me find it. All right.
Am I allowed to speak about any of this?
No, we've closed public comments, so there is no more public comment allowed.
Would anyone be willing to present an amendment that would fall within the guidelines that we are bound by?
Let me just address Corey's. Looking at porches and stoops, I do not see anything that says where, obviously it advocate, it says if you want to add a porch to, a non-historic structure, if you want to add it in the front or stuff like that. But there's nothing that says that you have to have a front porch on it, or that it has to be like the main focus, or it has to be a certain amount of distance or something. Obviously, this is a kind of a more special case that's a flag lot, that it won't be even necessarily as visible as other homes in the area. So just pointing that out.
Yeah, I'm looking at the porch section in the guidelines, and it's all like referencing like front porch, but I'm trying to find the porch language in the ordinances.
So the only porch portion is under, it's under the BAR requirements in, let me get to it. Under, where did you go? F3, 313 F3. And all it states is that at least 10% of the BAR must be comprised of porches. There's nothing that says it has to be in the front or rear or vice versa or a combination or anything like that in the ordinance.
Yeah, I just, like, when you go to the guidelines, though, it talks about porches being like an important architectural element of the fabric of the district. And if it's on the back of the house, that's not going to do it.
Can somebody ask me a question so I could answer? Because I have an idea.
Is there any idea the designer has?
Thank you. I mean, I would be happy to make that a condition of the approval to take, you can see those two columns, basically double the size of that front porch, or what we're calling front north elevation, so that it comes all the way over to that window, and double the size of that, if that would help. You can see it there in the 3D too that Austin is putting up. The stairs and everything would be able to move over on CAD on my computer as well, but it would be an additional, 8 feet of porch to the left.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like as far as you could move that, it would just, look pretty, it'd look more like a front porch rather than like the side porch.
Right. No, I understand what you're saying. So right now it's, so it would more than double what you are seeing there. You've seen 7 feet, and I could make it 16 feet and keep the same design. You can see how that roof is kind of feathering onto the main gable. So nothing would change. It would just double the size, more than double the size of the entry porch, front porch.
Yeah, I mean, I like that. I mean, that's what I was thinking of in the back of my mind. So I think that's a fairly straightforward change.
It's very
so
straightforward.
We could
I'm happy to do it.
condition the approval on the porch extension. Then
So-
I'll be willing at that point.
Yeah, so basically, if you wanted to use, again, the suggested motion, you can just put in that staff approves the fencing and the extended front porch. And then I can just go ahead and approve it at staff gets me the revised drawings, and we can get it pushed forward.
Or would you like that amendment?
It's not an
motion to.
I just want to point, because the original vote failed, we have to have a new motion and a new second and a new vote. So this is just like we're starting right over.
Motion.
I'll motion to approve 829 Pitt with the condition that the front porch is extended, as discussed.
And with the fencing, correct?
And approve the fencing.
Corey?
Yes,
I couldn't hear that, Austin.
Okay.
Okay. I second.
I think my connection is spotty. I'm not sure.
Is that Mr. Hackenberg that seconded?
No, that was Mr. Crossland.
Thank you.
Yes. Sorry.
And so just make sure I have this correct. So it's approval of the request because it meets the guidelines with staff approval of the fencing and the additional front porch as presented by the applicant at the meeting.
Correct.
Right.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Barber,
Approve.
Mr. Gallagly,
No.
Mr. Hackenberg,
Yes.
Mr. Crossland.
Yes.
Motion passes 3-1.
And Heather, just give
Thank
me
you
over
all. Yes.
revised documents when you get the time.
Yes, I'll send you that tomorrow. Thanks, Austin. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night.
You too.
Okay, that is now the completion of our meeting, and being there no other additional business, we're adjourned.
No, we got 2 more items.
Except for those 2 items.
Okay. So I'm not going to go through all these staff approvals. Just, there's been a lot since we haven't had a meeting in about 4 months. So just note that they were all done within the design guidelines and everything. All right. So going to what we've been discussing with the design guideline amendments for regarding paint color. First off, so keeping in for masonry exterior, not painting over current brick or sandblasting or chemical treatments if they already painted for masonry exterior. This is basically exactly the same as before in our last meeting, except for I added no garish color combination shall be allowed. Again, the colors of historic Charleston chart will be our official paint chart that they will have to use. I've also added in that because we are adding or hopefully getting to at some point more homes to be added as historic. This line that because we can't list every single material that ever existed in the old village on this chart, that'd be very cumbersome. That if they can show that the material existed on the home at the time of construction, it's an approved material. Now, because of the nature that we've been going through in the past 4 months, many projects that have been backlogged that are frankly no-brainers, and I'm hoping for your support to move a lot of stuff, the simple stuff, to staff level. So for non-historic structures, of course, everything must meet the zoning code and meet the design guidelines, and of course the approved materials list. That would include going forward solar, adding a siding and trim, expanding from just walkways to include patios, driveways, on-street parking spaces, fencing walls, and other minor site work. Deck additions off the back or removal when not located on the primary facade. Construction, alteration, or removal of accessory structures of less than 144 square feet. This is currently, removal is currently in stuff that does not need even a COA. But if someone wants to put in a simple, 10 by 10, shed or whatever, it seems like something a no-brainer.
Awesome. Could we put this off till next week and allow us to think about it?
We could.
Once we look at it, we'll be able to have a quick yay nay.
Okay, and just mentioning, I was hoping to approve this tonight because there's a lot of stuff on that agenda that I could approve at staff level if this was approved now. It's going to make your, I'm just saying, it's going to make
I haven't seen it.
length. So.
Okay, well, I
don't see anything on this list that's concerning to me.
Well, let me look at it.
So, it's really just expand.
90% of what we look at, we just approve anyway.
Exactly. It's meant to get the simple items off your desk and for you to look at give you extra time to look at the new construction, the large scale additions, the large scale rehabilitations of historic structures. But, the small things of like, do you really need to approve every dock that comes before you? Do you really need to approve, the exterior lighting that comes before you? Do you need to approve, and especially looking right here, the repaint, if we're going to be adding, paint back as you need a COA, it definitely needs to be a staff level or else you're doubling your agendas because of painting. And that's something that I definitely think that you want to avoid. But again, this is for non-historic, but I'm also proposing for the first time stuff that staff would be approving as for historic structures. So obviously it's going to be a lot less than what you have for non-historic because historic is what your main focus should be upon.
Right.
But just the simple stuff, satellite dishes and television antenna, that's already staff level. Roof replacement when of the same material or similar modern material. Currently, any re-roofing, you only have purview, staff doesn't, so that, can bottleneck. I think I have like 3 re-roofings for you next week if we didn't do this, so it's just kind of, it bottlenecks it, as well as contributing towards staff time. Repainting of the structure, again, it would have to be the same color or the closest color on the chart. Again, the walkways, patios, other minor stuff, the driveways and stuff like that, the on-street parking space, installation, the HVAC equipment, just small accessory structures again, docks and erosion control devices, and then the artificial grass or turf. Again, that's the only stuff that can be put in the backyard and not be visible. And then minor details shown to be historic through photographic evidence. There, I mean, a lot of homes we have, very old photographs of. If they're looking to do just a simple, if they're looking to like replicate the lighting fixture that they once had, that the picture from 100 years ago has, they shouldn't necessarily have to go back to the commission just to get something small like that approved. And again, all minor work programs, you wouldn't be able to piecemeal something like, you get like 5 things approved through me, and then you go to the commission for like an addition or something like that. No, you should just wholesale do one application that would even include stuff that could have been staff items if it includes something that the commission has direct purview over. And then under work that does not require a COA, I'm removing some of the things that I'm moving to staff level, as well as making sure that if you're just doing some touch-up painting, that you can go ahead and redo that, because obviously if you're not repainting a whole wall section or something like that, you should be able to do the small repairs that you need to get done. And then if we can have a public comment period for this.
Also, what did it say about the AstroTurf? I mean, all it said, it would look like it wasn't very complete.
That just says that staff can approve it, but the design guidelines, your design guidelines states in site features number 4, right? Artificial grass or turf shall not be allowed to the rear, or it should only be allowed to the rear of the main structure, behind or enclosed by a fence or wall, and not visible from any right-of-way. The material shall maintain a composition closely resembling that of natural living grass. So for me to approve it, they would have to abide by this design guideline. If they didn't abide by it, if they were proposing it in the front yard or something like that, I would not be able to approve it, and I'd have to send it to the commission. But
with that, they'd have to get your approval to do it in the backyard.
Yes, they would need a COA. So it's making sure that everything is checked off, that of course all zoning requirements have to be met, and that the design guidelines are being followed for staff to approve. If design guidelines are not being approved, if not being followed in any way, shape, or form for, whether it doesn't matter what they're asking for, that staff level, it has to be sent to the commission, because only you would have the power to override what the design guidelines say if you so choose.
Sorry, Gene, no AstroTurf for you.
I'm obviously, I don't even have grass in my backyard. It's all natural, but
could you open up for public comment, Mr. Crossland?
Yes. Is there any public comment on this issue?
This is Brian Maiden. I'd like to make a couple comments.
He's a diehard.
Yeah, well, I was late on the agenda. So again, this is Brian Maiden at 753 Pitt Street. The first thing I'd say is I'd support bringing as many compliant requests to staff level as possible. I struggle with the paint requirement for a COA. It's something we haven't had, but I understand there's a lot of objection to it. That being said, I would have concerns with restricting to the Charleston colors. At minimum, I would suggest adding Sullivan's Island. There's some very good colors that could reasonably contribute to our district. And I would, the other caution I would throw out is that I know there's a provision for no COA for paint repair. I'd make sure that that was clear for historic structures to properly maintain these wood historic homes. You're fixing them every 2 years, and that doesn't require changing the color. So my house that was painted off of the Sullivan's Island palette, I'd like to maintain that house without special approval every 2 years. The final comment's related to the accessory structures, and it's just related to enforcement. I don't believe the town requires permitting for structures less than 144 square feet. So I'm not sure how the commission can enforce it, but that Austin's better to address that than myself. Otherwise, again, I support bringing those things to staff level.
Hey, I'm here. Linda's here. I would like to say the same thing, that I think Austin can handle a lot of this at staff level, and it would make it less cumbersome at the meetings. He's got all the requirements to know what he's doing, and it should just be a little less cumbersome for you guys, the board.
So we might eat a little earlier.
That's what the 10-minute break is for.
That's one of the plans.
But there is stuff that staff can do and did do in the past, a long time ago when I sat on the board, that was something that was clearly easy to just be a quick fix and meet the requirements. And then it changed, and it got a little, it all got a little cumbersome. It wasn't under your guys' watch, but it's happened over 25 years that I've noticed. And I think staff should be able to do it because he's got the degree and everything in this stuff, and that's how it should be. That's it.
Any additional public comment? Shall we make a motion to adopt?
Can I just make a couple points, just because they were raised? So you do not need a building permit.
Austin, can we have him go ahead and just close the public comment first?
Oh, yeah.
What about, this is Robert Wilder. Did we approve item B?
Yes.
Oh,
That was approved at the beginning.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, boy.
Mr. Crossland, if you want to close public comment, and then Austin can continue.
Okay, we'll now close public comment if there is no additional public comment. And we will go to deliberation.
So I just wanted to point out that you don't need a building permit for like a shed if it's under $1,000 and under, I think, 140 square feet. However, yeah, something like that. However, you do still need a COA for anything like that, even now, because that's a zoning requirement, and what's required in the building code is not necessarily what you get in the zoning code. So that's already a requirement for just the Old Village, as well as now it does require what we call in our department a site improvement permit. And that's basically going along with that you are maintaining the setbacks. And this is over the entire town, mind you, not just in Old Village. So that's over the entire town, that if you put in a shed, you at least need a site improvement permit that you're maintaining the setbacks, that you're not going into any drainage easements, that you're not going to create a drainage hazard for your neighbors or anything like that. So just a heads up for any future shed builders out there that are listening in. And that's all I had to say.
Any additional comment? If none, do I hear a motion for adoption? Come on, people, speak up.
I'll motion to approve the design guidelines amendment as presented by staff.
Okay, and I second that. And can we have a roll call?
Mr. Hackenberg. Mr. Gallagher.
Approved.
Mr. Barber.
Approve.
Mr. Crossland.
Approved.
All right.
Unanimously passed.
Now we can adjourn.
Thank you. All right. All
right.
Business before this committee having been addressed, we are now adjourned.
Right. I will see you all Monday at 5 o'clock again. Have a good week.
To everyone.